of it. Now, I do have a deal for you guys that's free, and I only give it to Ask One Radio listeners, which is a free mini reading. And I'll be happy to pull a few cards for you. And the point with that is that it rarely leads to another reading. For the most part, these free mini readings will solve the issue for you right then and there. And I'm happy with that. I'm absolutely fine with that. I'd much rather show you the power of tarot free than make a customer, because that's not what I'm about. I love having return visits, but as a lot of people know, because I've told them, I am not going to do readings for anybody every week. I'm just not going to do weekly readings, because then you're substituting my judgment for yours, and the tarot cards are not there for that. A couple of readings a year is fine, 3, maybe 4, special occasions, your birthday, the end of the year, when special things come up. But this is the time we people who've lived through this before know that when it comes to an inflationary spiral, people get scared. And there's a whole industry called TV news that's designed to keep you that way. They love this. They love anything that they can scare you with. So I'm not saying become ignorant, but I'm just saying consume your news wisely. And do that thing I told you about. Find one story and check it out on every one of the cable and broadcast news channels and watch. You'll see a vast difference in the way they cover it. So somebody is cheating. And anyway, boy, it's nothing like a nice hiccup in the middle of my words here. I'm starting to sound like Foster Brooks. There's another name from the past. Well, it's good to be back with you, and I am now going to start the readings because I've been talking enough. I just want to let you know that I'm not here to sell you things because, it'd be nice if you bought things from me, but not this time. Not this time of year, not this time of the economic cycle. Inflation, I hate to break this news to you, but inflationary spirals usually take about 1.5 years to break. So things could get worse or they could stay the same, but they're not going to get much better for quite a while. It's just the reality of these things. And don't let anybody scare you. You got enough pressure every time you fill your tank. You got enough pressure every time you go to the supermarket. I mean, I can tell you that I used to fit about $30 worth of groceries in a backpack that I go shopping with. It's just a little nylon backpack, and now that same amount of stuff. I mean, either my backpack grew or something's wrong here, because I'm now spending like $70 a pop at to get these same things. So now's the time for me to lose that few extra pounds I've been talking about. I mean, I was out sick with the flu for over a month, and I didn't lose weight. You'll go figure that one out. So this is not the time. This is the time to marshal your funds. This is the time to hold on. This is like, the 4 of coins is a card about hanging on to your funds, marshaling it, spending your money wisely. And look at that! A card just flew out of the deck. Hey, and look at that. The cards are chastising me. It's the Ace of Cups. It's saying that there's happiness in the offing. You can still be happy. So let's ring a bell 3 times, which I use to declare sacred space, and let's get to the readings. Sherry in Arkansas is on with Reverend Elliot. Hi, Sherry.
Hi.
Hi, how are you doing tonight?
Hi. I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm glad to be back. I've missed a couple of shows. So what can I look at for you?
I mean, really, I guess whatever you like. Just guess I would like some guidance.
Well, are you concerned about things in terms of work?
Well, your show kind of nailed everything that I've been worried about, really.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's because what I got
not
is
really so much work, but just life. I mean, it's hard right now. It's been really tough.
Well, I got some cards here that show interesting stuff coming your way. I asked about
Nice.
work because the first card I have is the Ace of Rods, and rods are about career and work. And that's about the Ace of Rods is about a new career opportunity. So something new in terms of work may be coming your way. And the Page of Happiness is here, which is the appearance of happiness, and something very satisfying is coming your way. Now, I've also got another ace for you. It's the Ace of Swords, which is about a new way of thinking and a new way of seeing the world. And the net result of this is the Six of Coins, which is you're going to be getting money out of something. So I'm betting that you're going to find a new way to make a living. You're going to find a new career opportunity. You're going to run with it. It's going to make you happy, and it's going to bring you money.
That's awesome.
So this is keep an eye out for new opportunities, because these are very positive cards. Now, in times of change, I get a lot of aces for people, and the Ace of Swords and the Ace of Rods fit right in with that because they're new beginnings. So and this is what I was talking about in the beginning. People are leaving their work and finding other work and other careers. So keep in mind that there may be an opportunity your way that's going to give you a better income.
That would be fantastic.
Great.
That would be awesome.
In fact, I've got one more card here, which is the Page of Coins. So you have the Page of Cups, which is the appearance of emotional and fulfillment and happiness, and the Page of Coins, which is the appearance of money. So I think you're headed in the right path. I think you'll come through this okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much. I really needed to hear this.
Well, those are your cards, so it's about what you're doing. My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them. See, this happened to me at the end of 2019 into the beginning of 2020 when I was doing readings for people. I got an awful lot of aces for people, which meant new beginnings in these areas. And that's what happened. It even happened to me. I mean, my wife and I, we ran a successful business for 20 years, and it was deader than vaudeville by April of 2020. And it ain't coming back. So we have adjusted to not doing that. Bobby in Forestdale, Missouri. You're on with Reverend Elliott. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, how are you tonight, Bobby?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm glad to be back. What can I look at for you?
I was wondering if I could hear from my son that has passed.
Oh, wow. Okay, let me tell you, I'm sorry I say wow because when somebody asks me to do a reading like this, I get a little nervous because I never really did readings like that until I started doing this show and people ask me. And there are certain cards that I look for. And the moment you asked me, I cut the deck and I got the death card, which is the card of course, that is the card of passing. You know, I mean, it doesn't always mean that, but when it appears, when people ask me a question like that, yeah, that's what it is. So let me tell you something, because these are not bad cards. This is very interesting because I get these cards almost all the time when somebody passes. The first is the death card, which is just a card that's letting me know that, yes, this is going to be a card about someone who's a reading about someone who's passed. So it's a contact from that person. The Nine of Swords is here. That's a card of great sorrow and sadness. I got to stop using these store-bought teeth here. This is it's so yeah. We all know about that. You know, there's always sadness involved in the passing. But the next card is the Ten of Cups, which is a card of perfected happiness. The next card after that is the Ten of Swords, which means the hard times and troubles are over. And the Six of Rods is a card of success and triumph. So what I'm seeing is the message is, I know everybody is sad. I know that this is very difficult, but I'm happy. It was a difficult time at the end, was it?
Yes.
Because that's the Ten of Swords is about a very difficult time, but you get through that and you survive. I mean, the spirit has survived, and it's saying to have. Let me put it this way. Two of the saddest and nastiest looking cards in the deck are the Nine of Swords and the Ten of Swords. And two of the happiest cards are the Ten of Cups and the Six of Rods. So the message is, My suffering is over, and I've succeeded, and I'm growing, and I'm happy. And it's almost as if like there's I'm sorry that it's caused so much sadness, but this person was in a very bad place when this happened. You don't have to give us any details, but is doing better now. The spirit is doing much better and wants you to know that, because I almost always get happy cards after these sad cards in a passing. Isn't that odd? But the spirit is the one talking, because we're sad. We're the ones left here. But the spirit is saying, I'm doing okay. Let me see if I can get one more card here, which is, the world. That's a card of assured success and happiness and growth. No, whatever happened on this level of existence, your son's spirit is at rest and is found peace, is what the message is.
Oh, I believe that totally.
Well, that's the message that I'm seeing here. I hope it helps.
Yes, it does. Excuse me.
Okay. I'll tell you what I'll do tonight is after the show, I will light a nice white candle and send positive energy to the spirit of your son. How's that?
Thank you very much.
My
He was
pleasure.
an amazing boy.
Well, I see that the importance of the message was such that the message started coming through just the moment I cut the cards. So this is a very powerful signal. Like I've been waiting to get in touch with you, and the message again is the hard times. I'm through that now. I'm past that, and I'm finding happiness. So
I believe that. He sends us signs.
Yes. Well, this is another one, because I do these readings a lot, and I never get the results that fast. Okay, let's put it that way. It never shows up so fast. It startled me, in fact. I'm sure
the day of his funeral, there was an upside down rainbow in the sky, like a big smile.
Wow. That is something. Those are signs. So I'll get a candle going to send the same energy to you. How's that?
Thank you. I do appreciate it.
Take care now.
You
Bye-bye.
too. Thank you so much.
And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. My name is Reverend Elliot, and I'm coming to you live from the city of New York, where the crime rate is not as bad as the media wants you to believe. That's. I saw that there was like a 30% increase in one category of crimes. That's terrible. It's awful. Except it went from 3 cases to 4. Okay, so I think in a city of 8 million, we can live with that. But there's a lot of craziness, and there's a lot of crime. But again, as I mentioned about news, it's not all that bad. It's not all bad. In fact, I've lived in New York all my life, and the only people who have ever victimized me in terms of crime were people I knew and loved. That's boy, when relationships end, huh? Joan in Spring City, Pennsylvania is on next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello. How are you?
Hi, Joan. I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Oh, I could be a lot better.
What can we do to help?
I was just calling to see if you have any idea if my future is going to get any better, because it's pretty much at rock bottom right now.
Well, you know something? I'm going to first give you the short answer. Yes. Okay? And I'll tell you why it's going to get better. Because you're going to do it. You're going to make it better. The first card I have is the 6 of Swords. The 6 of Swords shows a person in a little boat moving from rough waters to calm waters. And that card means you're going to get from where you are to where you want to be. And you're going to do it through your own energy and willpower. The Judgment card is here. That tells me that you're going to get what you deserve. Now, for some people, that's a threat. You know what I mean? But not for you.
Right.
Because the card after that is the 4 of Rods, which is a card of great happiness and joy. Then there comes the 6 of Rods, which is a card I had earlier for someone, which is the card of great success and triumph. And then this is the nasty looking card, but it's so good. It's the 10 of Swords. That means that the troubles are over. The worst is over and you're still here. So yes, exactly. These cards are responding exactly to that. The sequence of events is going to be initiated by you. You know, you are going to move yourself from where you are to where you want to be. Have you got any plans for how to do that?
No.
Well, you know, you will. You understand? I mean, I can't give you any advice. Pardon?
Between health, finances, and I said between health, finances, and relationships, it could not get any worse.
Yeah, well, it's going to get better. Honestly, that's what I see. Now, you've just broken up a relationship?
No, not really. I mean, a few months ago, but.
Yeah, well, that's what, because I have the 3 of Swords here. As soon as you mentioned that, I got this card, the 3 of Swords. It shows a heart pierced by 3 swords and crying. That is.
I think he could come back once he gets himself better. Is that a possibility, and would it be a good thing?
Well, first of all, when people ask me that, they tend to know the answer. You know what I mean? You know what you know what you want.
That's the issue.
But
yeah, I know what I want.
Right now, there's great sorrow and sadness about this issue, about the relationship. So I'm not seeing it. I've got the Ace of Cups, which shows that there's a potential for great happiness and joy, and it's emotional happiness. But I'm not seeing that you're ready. I mean, you're getting there. You know what I mean? You still, that boat, the whole thing hinges on your attitude and your growth. This is why I said the first thing about that 6 of Swords. It's you're going to propel yourself from where you are to where you want to be. Now, that's not saying that what went on in the relationship is your fault. It's just how you approach it is your responsibility. There's 2 different things. Is there a possibility that you're going to get back together? If that's what you want, yes. Because remember, I said I have the 6 of Rods here, and that's a card of success. And what is success if not getting what you want, right?
Right.
So the key to this is the 6 of Swords, which is getting from where you are to where you want to be. And you'll do that. So you're in the middle of it now. You're really in the middle of it. So don't beat yourself up.
Look, I could be losing my apartment. I have to have surgery in 2 weeks.
Oh, man.
I have no income coming in.
Are there any programs in your area that have like protecting people from eviction?
I'm trying that now.
Because we've had that here for a couple of years, and there's federal stuff about that. You get a look into that. Call your local congressional office. Okay, there's elections. There's elections coming up, and this is the best time to talk to politicians if you need something. Okay, and see if they know of any federal programs that are still available, because I see that it's all piled up, but remember, I'm also showing that you're going to get out of this. Now, that's not to say that it couldn't get worse in the meantime, but don't let that plow you under, because like they say, worry is usually considered, worry is a bill that we pay on troubles that may never come through. So see what you can do. Call the congressional office tomorrow, your local congressperson, okay? Because, again, they're all up for re-election. And the midterms are coming up. And this is the best time to get hold of him.
How about Jemai? You think he's going to be a better person?
Let's see. Let me just put these cards back and let's look at him. How's that? Let's see. He's having a lot of troubles now, right?
Yeah.
Let's. So you're going to, I do see that you're going to be able to work your way through this. It's just a matter of determination at this point, because that's the key to that card, which is your willpower and your energy. And don't be afraid to ask people for help, like you're asking me to look. You're asking me, and I can offer you some insights. Ask people who have power to actually help you on the earthly plane, and see what you get out of it. And call your Congress critter, because like I said, this is the elections are coming up, and they want to please people.
Right.
No, I'll tell you something. I don't see much of a change right now coming up. Okay, if the way things are now, no. And no improvement, you know what I mean? But that's not to say that it's outside of the realm of possibility. What I'm seeing is a person who's very sad. I'm seeing a person who feels very restricted and tied up. Oh, look, but see but after that, the final card I have is the Sun, which is about healing and health and growth. So there you go. There is a possibility. But right now, both of you are in the middle of really heavy duty negative emotion, which you need to go through and work through and come out the other side of. And yes, you got, if the Sun card is here, that means there is potential that he can get it together. Here's another one. This is the 10 of Cups. That's a happy home, and that's perfected happiness. So there is a potential there. So keep that in mind, okay? But you have to make a decision. We're reading him.
Right, but he was the one that I was talking about before with the relationship.
Yeah, no, I understand. And you want to know if there's a possibility of him getting it together from, and getting things going again. But there is, but not now. There's a lot of stuff that both of you have to go through right now because it's messy. You don't need me to tell you that it's messy. I mean, that's what I'm seeing in the cards too, that yeah, it's messy. This is the time. This is unfair in terms of life. But when all of this stuff hits us at once, this is the time when we really need to be as together as we can be. And that is the hardest time to do that. So keep that in mind. Okay. And the first thing you got to do is take care of practical matters, which is find out from the Congress critter in your area if there is something you can do that can secure your apartment. In terms of eviction, because here we haven't had any evictions for a couple of years, and it's New York, everyone's got an apartment here. But
are you talking like local, or are you talking state?
There are state and federal programs, but mostly it's federal. There was a federal ban on evictions that got thrown out, but most states have something. So see what the congressperson has, and if they don't know, just ask for constituent services at the congressional office, okay?
Okay.
And like I said, look, I have been. For years, I was involved in political stuff, and I can tell you that when there's an election coming up, they're very responsive. And, if you have to have a problem like this, which is no nice thing to have, if you have to go through this is the time to do it. And there are a lot of federal programs, and there's an awful lot of money out there available, and see what you can do, because you don't want to find out. You don't want to go to court and find out, because by then it could be too late.
Constituent services?
Constituent services at the congressional office. And if they can't help you, they'll tell you who in the state office to see, okay?
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I'm all in favor of magical stuff, and I'll send you positive energy. I'll do what I can to send positive energy your way. But I do believe in practical work too, very much so. And that's the way to go. But I do see that that in terms of this relationship, yes, there is potential of the two of you working this all out. Okay? I hope that helps.
That does help. Thank you.
Okay. Take care. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. And, like I said, this is, these are really, really difficult times, very difficult times. And almost nothing is sure, and for a lot of us, yeah, money and health and housing have collided. And it's been awful, but there's a lot of services available now, and that's good. Stephanie in Groves, Texas is next. Hi, Stephanie. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hello.
Hi, Stephanie. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
I don't know. What are my options?
Whatever you want. It's up to you.
Okay. Is there any possible way? I have a ex-boyfriend that, well, he was my boyfriend until he committed suicide. Is there any way you can catch any kind of vibe from him, or?
Let me take a look. That's awful. But let's see. When did this happen?
January 24th.
Okay, so it's fairly recent. You doing
Yeah.
okay? You holding up all right?
I'm trying.
Oh, I know. It's still new. And we all we handle these things in our own way. That's for sure. Let me see. Well, I've got the High Priestess card here, which is the person who sees behind the veil, which is the veil between this world and the next. So, yeah, I can definitely say that this is going to be an afterlife reading. The next card I have is the Lover. The Lover's here. So there's thoughts of you here. There's definitely thoughts of you, and there's again this is always. This has puzzled me since I started doing readings like this, which is the next set of cards are happy, which is the message is the same. It's almost identical to the message before. I've got the previous reading I did tonight, looking at someone who passed. It's the Ten of Swords is where we start. The Ten of Swords means my troubles are over, and I'm growing and I'm learning, and there's almost an apology in a sense in these cards for hurting the people who are left behind, but I see somebody who was in a very bad place, in a very desperate place, and may not have seen. I'm trying to be delicate about this, because there's a lot of people listening, and it's a very private thing. But I'm seeing somebody who is the spirit is evolving. The spirit couldn't handle what was happening here, and is evolving and is growing. And that's the message. But the Lover's card is fascinating here because it's almost like it's saying, I'm here. And there's an angel watching over the lovers in the card. But then I have the cards that I usually get, like the Nine of Swords, which is great sadness and sorrow. The Ten of Swords, which is the troubles are over. So it's very mixed feelings, which is, I'm sorry about the pain. I'm thinking of you. I'm growing, though. I am growing as a spirit. And that's it. That's all I can see. That's all I'm getting.
Okay.
Is there anything else you want to look at?
Yeah, my future.
Well, let's see what we have in your future here. Let's get a general look at the future. I love those. Well, it's God Almighty, your future is filled with happiness. Oh, I can't believe the degree of joy and happiness in your future here. These are all like the most positive cards in the deck here. Okay, the Sun, the Ten of Cups, the Nine of Cups is great enjoyment and sensual happiness, and the Ten of Coins, which is a happy family life. This is fascinating considering, you're not particularly happy right now, and I can understand that. But all of these cards are very, 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 very happy cards. Cards of growth and success and healing and enjoying life. That's the future. That's your future is there. It's looking good.
That sounds about right because I'm about to go in rehab and I'm going to get all my relationships back with my daughters, and that's going to be a lot of happiness.
Yes, because that's a card of family. That card, it's a card of parents and children and grandparents and great grandparents. The whole 9 yards. So That's good.
Yeah.
Boy, that's good. You're ready for rehab, right?
Yes, sir.
Good, good. Because, that's the time when it works, is when we're ready for it and we go into it.
All right.
I've known many people who the courts ordered them into rehab and they weren't ready for it, and it didn't do a damn thing for them, But then when they were ready for it, the court said there's no room. So I am glad that you're both ready for it and it's available. And let me see, what I'm seeing here is the card of justice. That yes, the justice and making amends is going to be a big part of what you're going to be doing. And look at this, the Eight of Cups. That's a person who leaves things in their lives that isn't working for them and goes to something better. That is just beautiful. So these are very good signs for you. I think this is going to work out astonishingly well for you.
Cool. That'll work.
So keep that reading in mind and keep a positive attitude, because these cards are good. This shows me that you're here. Look, the Judgment card is here. That's like that's a card of rebirth, a new you. This is great. These are really good. That's just excellent. Okay, so you're on the right track. I've got to run because the show is wrapping up now. But I will keep you in mind, and I will send prayers your way. How's that?
Okay, I appreciate it.
And thanks for calling. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Bye now. And that's it, man. Look at that. We're around the corner. We have just about 3.5 minutes. And this is where I tell you about all the wonderful products I have for sale that I don't want you to buy. Okay. Not until this is over. Not until all this mess is over. We don't know. We just don't know how much worse it's going to get. And this is, I just bought like 9 pounds of coffee because I got a good price. So a wonderful coffee I got. I'm not going to plug it, but I just did that. You want to find out a way to save some money on certain luxuries in life, get over to magic-works.com, my website, MAGIC-works.com, and look up cocktail alchemy, and you can find out how to make your own version of Irish cream for just pennies. And it's this is just marvelous stuff. These are all recipes that I've come across and tweaked, made better. How to make your own various kinds of liqueurs. Make your own anisette. I can't watch The Godfather without anisette. Make your own amaretto. All that. It's all there. And that's expensive stuff. And I don't like doing without luxuries in hard times. So I'm a big do-it-yourself guy. You can find that there at magic-works.com, MAGICK-works.com. You might want to check out Mojo Brothers books to see a whole array of books that you might want to buy some books when this whole thing blows over. Again, I'm quite conflicted about mentioning these things, but on the other hand, I had to raise the prices just a little bit, but I do show you at the website how to get them for less money and with a 15% discount. So that kind of eases my conscience. Says I don't want to turn this into a sell-a-thon, But hey, what can I tell you? How about free stuff? This is the time for free stuff. Now, also at my website, magic-works.com, you can find a free chart. I send you a free birth chart, man. That would be great, wouldn't it? You get your free birth chart and learn all about your horoscope, and there's no charge. Not at all. I don't even save your email address, so there's no spam, no nothing. So you can find that there. That's, I remember, don't say that there. You can find that at that site. You can find this. You can find these there. So there's all kinds of free stuff at my website. So you tool around there. It doesn't cost anything, and I have no premium content. So listen, I've got to run, but I will, if I have anything to say about it, be back next week. And I will see you next Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, where we will look through the magical window of the tarot and see how life is going to be treating us in the near future or in the long haul. So until then, remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift right back to the universe. Bye-bye now.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I'm psychic medium John Capello, and I want to invite you to go to my website at johncapello.com and learn more about my work. My career has spanned over 30 years, and I've had the privilege to share my psychic and mediumship abilities with thousands. I hope to hear from you soon.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Jacqueline Close-More Live with Jacqueline Close-More. Jacqueline Close-More. Live from jacqueline.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Jacqueline Close-More Live on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Jacqueline. You're on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, and I'm in Little River, Victoria, on my way out to Warrnambool, the home of the young and the free and possibly the restless. It's certainly a nice place down in Warrnambool. There's actually a lot of whale watching, usually at this time of year, although it would almost be wrapping up. There's also the 12 Apostles, which is just outside of Port Campbell and not far from where I used to live on the dairy farm as a teenager. So I'm on my way down there to appear at an expo this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, 11:30 both days. I'll be on stage doing live platform readings, picking people randomly out of the audience because why not? That'll be interesting. I'm also doing one-to-one readings at the expo all day, Saturday and Sunday, and Saturday night and Friday night, which is tonight. and then moseying on back to Melbourne, which is about a 3-4 hour drive. Today, I was going to continue on with the journey through the tarot and the major arcana cards and the death card. So it's not always what it seems. It's like death. Okay. So with the death card, it's really interesting how as we've been going through walking through the major arcana each week, it's sort of tied up with world events. And last week I was supposed to come to air talking about the death card. And, Queen Elizabeth went and upstaged me, as she's entitled to do, I guess. But yeah, I actually couldn't be here last week due to overcoming surgery. But so we've had the death of Queen Elizabeth. We've also had the death of Jack Charles, who is a fabulous and has been a fabulous First Nations leader in Australia. Wonderful actor, has had a just amazing life, gone through incredible trauma, and come out the other side as quite the healer and leader in the community. I won't pretend to speak for him. And I just want to, give my respects to both of those passings of significant people, to a range of different people. And we look at the death card as the ending of something. And so we're sort of looking at the ending here at the moment of a few traditions and starting of new ones. And so in the death card, it's not always literally a death that you're going to come up against. It can be the ending of something significant, the ending of an age, the ending of an era, the ending of a chapter in your book, and you're now going to write a new one. So sometimes the death cards actually can be quite a relief and a release, because it's like, oh, I finally let go of that. That's in the positive aspect of that card. The thing is that with psychics and, why couldn't you predict this or that when it comes to death? The thing is, why couldn't you change it? The thing is that when death is there, it's still there. No matter what you do, you can't escape death. It's like, if you're meant to go, it will find you. You can avoid it as much as you like and try and do that. But if it's your time, it's like, yep, that's it. So you could find that through the death card, it's like a time to recognize something that's, finished or needing to change. It could be an attitude. Some people's careers can go through what seems like a death and a rebirth as well. And so they can even be going from one career industry and then bang, that's just gone. And then new life, new direction, new career. And we find that people will go through maybe 3-4 different, completely different changes in their industry and careers in their lifetime. Whereas in the good old days, people used to start an apprenticeship and then that was it for their whole life. They'd be on that track in that trade or whatever. And with the very, changing nature of our modern society, we've gone from paper bookwork, quite literally, like writing things in pen and paper and tick, 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 typing, like this, to now, using a computer to type up things and enter QuickBooks, and you can, use the internet to enter your receipts onto your relevant accounting software if you're in business. And it's all just done, very automated. And the thing is that people often say, well, this new technology will mean the end of jobs, when actually it can just bring on completely new jobs. The issue can be unskilled labour and finding more jobs for people who maybe aren't going to be able to do highly technical roles. And, having to look at how we can skill people who, maybe have had limited options. And certainly that's where education comes in. But when we're looking at the death card, we're looking at that symbol in your life of, what's needing change or what has already changed, having to come to terms with that change. Sometimes change is thrust upon it and seem quite unfair. And it's really about being able to adapt to that. And when it comes to the passing of loved ones, it's really not about just getting over that. It's about learning to live with them having transitioned. And so that can be incredibly challenging. And it's really important not to try and race that. So if you're going through a death card period, you may need to allow kindness for yourself for the adjustments you need to make emotionally. And sometimes even the death card can be that you've cut away from a whole heap of people, like socially. It can be this like, oh, I'm going within. I'm going to just hang with me for a while and just let go of everything. And so there can be kind of a hibernation involved. And that can seem like that. And when we talk about the winter solstice, that's often, symbols of retreat into the self and dormancy. And we talk about the seed underneath, the surface of the soil, sitting there in wait. And then when spring comes, and once it's germinated and ready to roll, then, up it comes and it reaches the surface, and out comes the new growth of the first leaves coming out above the surface, which often is a symbol of spring. So the winter of our life, or the dark night of the soul, can be that period of, the death card in a way, of really going through and sitting back and not actually being out there doing a whole heap of things. And we can't be always on, and it's just a bit like when people say, oh, pleasant vibes only and positive vibes only. And it's sort of like, yeah, there's some toxic positivity right there. It can't always be, 100% positive vibes. It would be unnatural and possibly lithium assisted. But even then, you've got to come down from something like that, I would imagine. I don't know what lithium does other than, normalize. But, it's just this need to, sometimes allow for the slowing down, the stopping, the withdrawal, and the peace that can actually give you. So if you're having trouble with letting go of things and you're just sort of stuck on that kind of hanging on to the past, or, wanting to let go but not feeling like I'm almost there but I can't quite, sometimes that death card can help you do that, and to not see it purely as death. Maybe even drawing the relevant tarot cards to what you're going through, like a Major Arcana card for yourself, your own version of that card, and not so much going, I'm thinking this process out symbolically. These are the symbols I want to plant here that I've thought a lot about analytically. No. Just push that aside and just breathe and close your eyes and just see what image comes to you that you're needing to restart your life at this time. And, just to stop, to even go in that dormancy, and then what it's going to be like coming out. You can actually maybe even end up with 3 paintings. Could be one that starts off as this death and then ends up in a rebirth. But I would go intuitively with that sort of thing, letting yourself really rest your mind and go into that heart and that just being, and then let the imagery flow and then be going with that. And one thing that used to happen with my students when I was getting them to learn how to do intuitive art was to take the deep breath, and as the fear came up, and it would, because they would say, I can't draw, I can't paint. Yes, you can. Breathe right into that solar plexus, right into that heart, releasing the fear. And all the fears that are coming up, oh, I can't do this or that, you say, it's okay, I'm doing this anyway. And that's something that you can do when you're going through, passing through that eye of the needle experience, is it's okay, I can do this, or it's okay, I'm going to be all right. Self-affirmation words are really important. And, even in that death card, we can look at our inner dialogue, like, what are we saying to ourselves? Are you saying things to yourself that are helpful to you? Or is this the voice of your doubters in your life, or the people who held you down? And do you need to change those voices out and start listening to create different energy and in tuning into your own voice, your own inner voice? And things like meditation music and even mantras can help you with that if you're going through this sort of phase of change. When it comes to end of eras and things like that, I guess the thing is, we've had a constant leader for 70 years that's been a woman in a world full of male leaders. So, seeing a queen up there speaking and holding such a high position, regardless of the effect of that position, I'm not going to talk about the effect of that position on a range of cultures and how that could be, but I'm going to speak about how that's the platform of a woman around the world being quite a strong leader. That's actually been, I guess, a constant I kind of took for granted because, she was always there. And now that she's gone, it's like, obviously we need more women leaders in our world to balance this up. Our society and our civilization, I think, really needs that to survive and thrive. And so look to the women leaders in your communities, as well as good men, of course, but more also if you're a woman, to look for your role models now to maybe replace that, if Queen Elizabeth's been a leader to you in some way. And maybe also the thing to do during this time is to look at both sides of how her passing is being felt by a range of different peoples, because not everyone feels the same way about this. And I think that's an important discussion to look at. I'm not going to get really super political here today about that. That's not my role. But just to think about the death card and meditate on how that could be a good thing for you might be helpful at this time to look at the regeneration, rebirth process. Anyway, that's been me for today. Catch you next week. What's love to you all. See you in Warrnambool if you're down there. Bye-bye for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Jacqueline Close-Moore.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Medicine for Your Spirit with Raylene Byrne. Live from RayleneByrne.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Medicine for Your Spirit
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Namaste. This is Raylene Byrne, Medicine for Your Spirit. Wow, this last week since the eclipse has been full on. I don't know how you're all feeling, but I know a lot of people in my immediate world and my immediate surrounds, we've all been feeling a little bit knocked around. And we've still got another eclipse to come. So what I would like to talk to you about, which is a big theme, and it's been up for the last couple of weeks, but it's very, very potentizing right now, is around our own personal power. We've got all this astrological influential energy happening, and we're being really compelled to start to know who we are and to stand strong in that. So initially, when I was coming onto this call today, I thought, oh, it's going to be about boundaries. And then it's like, no, it's about your power. So what I want to do, I'm going to just read something for you from my book, Alchemy of Awareness. And I just want to read this one little thing. It's all about how we give our power away, like what we give it to. So know and own your power. When I started on this awakening process towards wholeness, ascension, enlightenment, oneness, I used to think, or maybe I was subconsciously being told, that I needed things to increase my abilities. I invested in many courses and workshops, seminars and classes, bought bucket loads of crystals, which I do have still because I love them. I just had to have the latest new age paraphernalia in the hope that I would be more empowered, more complete, more unique in what I was offering. So how many of us have fallen into that belief or that under that influence that we need all these things in order to be more whole, more complete? It's all untrue, as we know. They're good things to play with. I'm not saying we don't do it and we don't invest in those things, by all means. When we invest in courses or crystals or oracle cards, and God knows I've got hundreds of them, what we're doing is we are having tools around us to help us remember from within parts of our own knowing and parts of our own wisdom that is wanting to come through. We have been so suppressed energetically as culturally and through humanity for so many hundreds of years, thousands of years, that we're in this great transitional time right now where everything is waking up, and we are needing some of these things to help us remember. So when it comes to our power, please, we are way more powerful than what we've ever given ourselves credit for, than even what we even can imagine for ourselves. And it starts with us being in a place of getting to know ourselves. So in the next few weeks, with all this eclipse energy, we are going to be challenged around our power. We're going to be challenged around what is true for us. It's already happening. So we have to stand firm. And one of the things I like to do, instead of going, I'm empowered, is I really like to start my day with this simple declaration, and I offer it to you. Today, I stand in my own light. That beautiful declaration, that acknowledgement of who we are, of all that we are, is a call to action. What it does, it allows your energy field to ignite, to start amplifying, and that becomes your force field. We don't have to have boundaries. We need strong force fields about our own power, our own light, because that's what our power is. Our power is our inner light. It's everything we've brought through with us from all our past lives, all our soul memories. And all we need to do is start tapping in. And this is part of our process right now that we are being given, is to shift some of the things in the way of us holding that energy and that greatness of ourselves. Now, I do believe I have a caller here from Ontario. I just missed the name. Shauna from Ontario. How can I help? Be of assistance, guidance, support? let me know.
Hi there. I was actually just wondering a pretty easy question, which I can't seem to come up with a solution for myself, so I needed help with. I had just moved back home, and I'm considering going back where I was at. I was in BC, and I was really loving it there, but it got cut short because my health took a bit of a turn, so I needed to come home and take care of that. I'm having a hard time because I feel like I want to go back out where I just was, or if I should stay where I am, and start court proceedings, which is something that I'm going to do if I do stay here.
Okay, so how long have you been in your new environment?
Well, I'm from Ontario, and I had went out to BC to do some healing, heart healing. My soul has been pulling me to go out there for a couple of years, but I kept like freezing, and I didn't go. And then I finally went, and I was out there for 10 weeks, and then I just got back to Ontario.
Okay, so it was a healing process that you were experiencing.
Well, yeah, it was like a soul call to go out there. I've had the urge since 2018, basically. So it's been a little bit, and I kept freezing in my steps because I've never been out there, and I've never flown as an adult by myself or anything. So I was really nervous to go. But I loved it out there.
The word you said, it's sort of like, it's really interesting because the card I pulled today for everyone was knowing, the energy of knowing. This is high awareness. And what you just said is your soul called you somewhere.
Yes.
Your soul called you. You followed that knowing. So when we start to follow those knowings, our energy body starts to expand and elevate. I just want to grab something to show you what it looks like. Excuse me, I've just got a dash over here. Okay, so when we follow a soul calling, as you've just done, as you've told me, I'll come to the answer in a minute, and we go to a place, what happens is where we were living, this is a slinky. This is what our energy field, this is my analogy, what our energy field sort of looks like when we're mundane, living through life, not really connected, not really aware or awake. And then when our soul starts to talk to us, there's got to be more to life, there's something else, I've got to go here. It's like our energy field does this. It opens. So we have more light and space coming in, but we also have the ability to lose a lot of old stuff. Okay, so when we're like this, stuff is trapped. When we're like this, stuff moves. Okay, so you've gone to a place where you've gone from this to this, and to go back means you're going to have to go back to this.
Well, there isn't. Yes.
Sorry,
yes.
go on.
And I'm feeling that too greatly. But there's one big key in that. The reason why, one of the reasons why I came back was, the reason why I went out to BC was because for heart healing was because I just finished a 3-year battle with my ex for my daughter for custody, and it really did a number on me. I needed to remove myself from the situation. I had come back now, and I was going to go file court papers to go another round in court with my ex, and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to do that right now.
Right. So I just pulled a card while you were talking, and it's the energy of the kookaburra. This is I don't think you get them in America or Canada. These are an Australian bird. They laugh. They're the bird that laughs, and its message is about strong boundaries. Strong boundaries.
Yeah.
So I just sort of touched on that a little bit about our personal power, standing in our power. So this whole thing about the fight, the court case, whatever it is, sometimes we just have to stop. you've already done this before, and you stop and you've got to go in. As I keep saying and I've been on this show a few times now, I don't like doing prophetic stuff. The reason being is because we all know our true answer. So to go in and go, okay, my mind is saying this, and my ego is telling me this, and my inner judge and my inner critic is telling me this. What is my heart and soul telling me? You've followed this before. You had a move because your soul pulled you somewhere. It's time to go in. What's the best thing for me? And I think at the moment, Shauna, because of, I'm going goosey saying this, because of what's going on globally at the moment, there is so much friction and so much really weird energy around trying to clear the old out of our lives and release it and push it out, and so we can move on. The best way to navigate it is to go, which is the path that's going to bring me peace? Which is the pathway that will allow me to stay connected to my own heart and soul and live in more peace? And sometimes that, following something like that, a simple question and a simple, that's what I need for me right now. I can't, because there's too much angst going on. I have to have peace in myself. When we choose that, it's really interesting. It's very interesting how the universe will organize itself in such a way that things start to shift around you, and whatever it is that you think you have to fight for doesn't become a fight anymore. It becomes the solution arises. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, very much so, yes.
So that's my answer for you. My wisdom for you is to go within, which is the peaceful path, because that, with gratitude, gives us solutions. The solutions arise, and you come from that place of knowing and peace and great gratitude, but you feel better about it. It's like we don't want to fight anymore. We just want to find the solution and move towards it. And that's all I can really say to you, because I don't want to do prophetic stuff.
Understandable. No, I appreciate it greatly. I do. Sometimes you need to be reminded to keep it simple.
Keep it simple. That's medicine for your spirit. That's your own medicine. Please come and visit my website, raylanebyrne.com.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Mini Medium
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello guys, hello my friends, happy Wednesday. I was just laughing about what our wonderful producer just said about doing artistic interpretive dance. Now I used to dance. I was a cheerleader and surprise, surprise. And I danced all throughout my junior high and high school years. So, but that was many years ago. I don't know how well it would work now, but yeah, we have my 30-year class reunion is in August. 30 years. to sit and think that I have graduated 30 years ago is mind blowing because I feel like I'm still 21. So I don't know how that can happen. But anyway, well, happy Wednesday. Happy hump day, everybody. I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. And I, as usual, have our affirmations for today. And I am prepared. I honestly don't know how, but I actually pulled those cards beforehand. But I kind of just thought it was the weirdest feeling before I got on. And I thought, you know what? I wonder what international day it is today. You know how they have like it's international, like lemon meringue pie day, you know, those kinds of things. And so I thought I would look it up and to share with you all. It's very interesting. So before I decided to pursue my soul's purpose as a psychic medium and do readings and also Reiki, I used to work for a large healthcare organization and I was an administrative assistant. And I completely didn't even remember, but ironically, today is administrative day. So if you have an assistant, you know, anybody that you feel is so valuable to your, you know, to your success when it comes to that, then I say make them feel special today. Today is National Administrative Professionals Day. So, and I actually have an assistant as well, and her name is Kylie, and she's amazing. And we've just started working together because I've gotten so busy. So, my shout out to Kylie. I love you. Thank you for all of your help. I seriously don't know how lately I would be doing it. So, I appreciate her more than she knows. So, share the love. The other thing I thought was really interesting is today is International Hug and Australian Day. So I actually have some friends that are in Australia, and one of them is actually a reader on A1R and Carmel Ann, and she's on Soulfully Guided. So air hugs to her and air hugs and virtual hugs to Australians out there. I love the Australian accent anyways. And man, I'll tell you, when I do readings for those in Australia, I just love to listen to the accent. And so there you go. Surprise, surprise. Today is International Hug and Australian Day. So if you happen to see an Australian or you know one, give them a hug. I guess that's if they're okay with that, right? Yeah, don't disrespect those boundaries, those bubbles. It's also International Confederate Hero Day. So that's interesting as well. So celebrating and thanking and recognizing, it says the Confederate heroes, which I think is really cool as well. It's interesting because I think, how did they come up with this? How do they come up with these international days? Is it just someone all of a sudden decides that, oh, hey, I was thinking about blah, blah, blah. So today's going to be that day. And I don't know. Anyway, it's interesting. I thought, how fun. Some little, what do they say, useless knowledge or whatnot. And then give you a heads up. Tomorrow is National Kids and Pets Day. Isn't it Kids Day every day? I kind of feel like it is. But tomorrow is, National Kids and Pets Day. So give that extra love to your kiddos, to your fur babies, and celebrate their day, I guess, right? All right. So I have my affirmations for this week. And yes, I said affirmations, plural, because the number I've been drawn to today is the number 54. And the deck I have is only 44 cards. And I thought, maybe it's because I need to pull two. So I pulled the fifth and then counted four out. And I'm out of breath this morning or this afternoon, this evening. Um, that's my body's way of saying get my butt to the gym. Get working out. Uh, so the affirmation, the first one for you all, very simple. It says everything is going to be okay. And I mean, I feel like I'll show this on my Facebook Live here, and the pretty butterfly that's on these cards. I mean, it's seriously so simple that sometimes, seriously, we just want someone to say, it's going to be okay. And you know what? And it's okay to not be okay, right? It's okay to not be okay. It's okay to have your moments. And I'll tell you, yesterday, I was not having a day. I was not okay yesterday. It was a bit rough, but I have a feeling it's this crazy uh, retrograde, right? Mercury retrograde. Just blame it on that. And then our second affirmation that I pulled says, I dare to dream of wonderful things happening in my life. So again, I'll say it again. I dare to dream of wonderful things happening in my life. So I dare you all to dream of whatever wonderful things that you would like to manifest and happen in your life. And yeah, see how that challenge goes for you. I truly believe in the power of attraction, power of positivity. Everything you put out in the universe comes back right back to you. So make it positive as best as you can, right? So, hey, well, I am ready for my first caller, and this is Mary in Alabama. Hi, Mary. Hi, Mary. Are you there? Oh, we might. Yeah. See, I'm telling you, it's the retrograde. Mercury retrograde causes crazy technical issues. I'm telling you. Um, I've had it the last couple of days, and we're seeing it now with technical issues. But we just go with the flow. We just go with it. So while I'm waiting for Mary, then I kind of want to talk really quick about something that I was thinking about as I was getting ready for my show. I have these beautiful Rose of Jerichos. I don't know if you all have heard of them. They are, they look like a little weed, and the Rose of Jericho is really meant to be very resilient to change. And so, anyhow, go and follow my Stephanie's Tarot reading page, and I explain what they're about and what I'm about to do with them. But in the meantime, I think we have Mary back. Hi, Mary. Maybe. Hi, Mary. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, I can hear you. I think so. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
I can hear you very
perfect.
clearly.
Wonderful. Awesome. Okay. Well, how can I help you today, my friend?
I was calling because I want God to send me a male friend, and I want our relationship to be full term. And can you give me his name or anything? And I also want to be blessed with money, and I also want to get money to be able to pay cash for a house and a newer vehicle. And
Girl,
I really want to find that true
love. I hear you. I hear you. So, the beginning of your question, I apologize, but you had said that you have a man that you're hoping to be sent to you. Is that right? And to give you kind of more
yes,
information.
I want to find that true love. And I also want to ask you about my ex-boyfriend that I used to date. His name is Kim. I'm praying that he called me so we could talk some things over. And I also want to know, like, is he going to leave his wife or something like that? Because he is married, the guy that I just broke up with.
Oh, goodness. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. All right. You've got a lot going on, my friend. So let's maybe start with the the love life or the potential of finding your person. I decided to pull a couple cards for you just to see if we get any kind of messages or signs. But ultimately, I listen and I trust my intuition and my visions that I get. And first and foremost, the connection that I see that you still have with your ex. You said, was it Kim or Ken? What was his name?
His name is Kim, Kim, Jobber.
Kim. Okay, perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
So that connection with Kim, which is what I call, you have a imaginary cord, as I call it. That cord that is attached from you to him, that energetic cord, that, as much as I hate to say this, my beautiful friend, but it's got to be severed. I do not feel like that this is going to go anywhere. I feel like that this is really draining you of all of your energy, and you're putting a lot of your time and energy into this. And I just don't see him doing anything to make changes. I would hate for you to stick around in a sense and wait and then miss out on your opportunity of finding your person. So I do feel like.
So do you think he still will end up leaving his wife though, like next year?
I do not see him making any changes in his life, my friend, at all. I feel there's a sense of just comfort right now. So it's comfortable and it's convenient for him. And it's not fair to you because you deserve to find your person. And so I really feel my intuitive suggestion would be to move on and sever that cord per se. The connection of a potential new love, if you will. The timing wise, I feel for you. I'm really going out. Right about the end of this year. I'm looking at December. I keep seeing the number 12, and so December. I feel like that, the universe or God or whoever you believe in wants certain things to happen before the next thing can happen. So the first thing that needs to happen is to sever that tie with the ex. Then December, then you are able to, connect with your person. So I do feel December is a good time. Now, with money and finances, I did pull a card for that particular topic. And you pulled this 5 of Coins card, and a coin is good sign. That's a good sign because coins do represent money. So of something of value. So I feel like, about the end of next month, for you, Mary, watch for, it feels to me the end of May, there's an opportunity for you to either, be advanced in your job now, or to have a whole new job that is going to pay more. So watch for those changes to come.
Okay.
Yeah, right about the end of May. Right about the end of May. And I feel like the biggest challenge that I feel that you have to face this year when it comes to money is to really buckle down and any kind of frivolous spending that's there, to really hone in on those things and diminish that or limit them. And then I feel at the end of May, this new promotion, this new job is really going to help you to get to where I feel like you're not so strapped every month. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. So back to the relationship part. Do you see me like start dating any guy? Can you picture his first name maybe or the first letter in his name?
When I was looking at him in the relationship in December, I couldn't get away from the letter M like Michael, Matthew, like M. So watch for that letter. There's some reason why, because your name being Mary, I saw the two M's coming together, which is my sign of you having the same letter. So pay attention and watch that. I don't feel you've met him yet, if that helps.
Ma'am.
Say that, I'm sorry?
Do you know if he stay in the same city where I do?
I feel like yes, I feel like he is close. Yeah, I feel there is a close in vicinity of where you live, where you work. I'm not feeling long distance. So I would say just keep your eyes open, your opportunities open. But first of all, sever those ties with the ex, and you'll see things will start to fall into place.
Yes, ma'am. So you're saying just let the ex go?
I'm sorry, say that again?
I was asking you, so you saying just let my ex-boyfriend go, the one that's married, but I still want him to call me one day. I need to talk to him.
Yeah, I do feel that it's going to be that emotional disconnect with him and just to be able to move on so that you can find your person.
Yes, ma'am. So you don't think Kim would call me?
And if he does, I would say make that call. I would say to sever those ties. And you'll find your person. Just make that first move, okay? All right. Well, I appreciate you calling, Mary. I have another call waiting, but I'm wishing you so much love and light and sending your way, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Have a great night. You're welcome. Bye-bye. All right. Okay. All right. I have Ava in Arizona. Hi, Ava.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, hon. How are you?
I'm doing really well, ma'am.
Good. How can I help you tonight, hon?
I just want to know what Spirit has in mind. Like, I've had a lot going on this year, and I kind of am wondering about finishing school and my love life.
Okay. All right. School and love life. It's always a juggle, right?
Yes.
trying to work and have a social life and yes, I get it, hon. I've been there, done that. So I pulled a couple cards. I thought, let's see what the cards are showing. The first thing that I feel really that I kept seeing when it comes to school and education and your college, and oh gosh, I hope that your parents or anybody that's listening that it really supports the education part of your path. And I mean this in a very loving and very productive, positive way. But I just feel like that you have so much to give back to the universe, to this lifetime, that I worry that you're doing a lot of even schooling or education because it's what others want for you to do. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I know, and I don't want, if you have a mom, a dad, or who have a guardian, please don't kill me for saying this, because I just feel like that everybody during this lifetime, our souls have a purpose. And sometimes that purpose gets kind of overshadowed because we want to do what society or what our other, families want us to do. So I just say education wise, if you're passionate about it, I say, keep it going. But I really feel you have a very healing energy. I can hear it in your voice. I can feel it. And those types of people are going to be those who are like your nurses, your teachers, your doctors, therapists, cosmetologists, these kinds of things. So you have such a beautiful, I feel, purpose of wanting to help others. So keep that in mind. I also, when I see relationships kind of meshing with all of this, boy, girl, I see two people that I feel that you have your eye on, or boy, they have their eye on you.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, like I like people. Usually I like people before they like me, and it's like I have to put myself in front of people.
Yes. Yeah, I got you. Well, I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised that even though you say the other, that you have to like them first, like you were saying, I feel you're going to be pleasantly surprised by the reception of how another is feeling for you. And for whatever reason, I keep seeing the number 5 with this connection with this person. So for me, that would be validating that their birthday's in May, the 5th of the month. There's some reason why that 5 sits very heavy with this person that I feel a connection with. So keep that in mind. But 5 children. No, I'm just kidding. Totally kidding. Just kidding. Not to scare you. But I love what I see too, because I do feel, let's see, this would be about 4 months out. So right about August, September, I feel a connection with somebody. So watch for that as well. Okay.
Okay.
The 2 cards that you pulled, I have to tell you, I'll show it on my Facebook Live. They are purple cards, and one is purple, one is a indigo color. And in chakra colors, that represents your crown chakra, and it represents your third eye. Now, the crown chakra, when it's blocked, it is holding you back from pursuing your soul's purpose. From connecting to your highest divine, from finding your true confidence in yourself. When that third eye chakra is blocked, and these 2 cards represent these, the third eye is trusting your intuition, trusting your gut per se. So even these cards show me that you have everything that it takes within you to be confident, to connect with your purpose, to exude this confidence to where you can connect with your person and a relationship. So, come that August time, September, I would not be surprised if you make that beautiful connection. So watch for that, okay?
Okay.
Can I ask really quick what you're majoring in, what you're going to school for?
So, when you were talking about the connections in my past and me and the school connection and kind of being over it for other people, I started a clinical psych degree, PhD, a long time ago, and I'm now finishing a behavioral health PhD.
Wow.
And so, like, it's kind of, so I have 2 people in spirit that it's like a promise to them to finish, but I have senioritis really bad.
Oh, yes, I bet. I know how that is. Well,
So it's like it's a push more for them to finish than it is really for me. But I do owe it to myself. I'm done.
Yeah.
I just got to finish my dissertation.
100%, my beautiful friend, please finish. And, what you just described is exactly what a healer does. And, intuitively, we connected beautifully about, doing this for someone else. But it's not a bad thing, because look at the beautiful promise that you're fulfilling, but also you're actually doing what a healer is meant to do, and that's to help others, So just, yeah, give it your all. Like I said, open up that beautiful crown chakra, connect to your purpose, and you will finish, and you are going to do amazing things, my friend. I can feel it. So just keep on keeping on, right? Keep on swimming. Just keep on swimming. You'll do great.
I've been hearing that. Keep on swimming, keep on swimming. So you just answer that.
I must be psychic or something. Oh my gosh. Oh, well, it was so fun to meet you, hon. And I hope that you, have such a successful life. And thank you for doing what you're going to be doing. We need more healers in this world. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this. And I'm going to keep going.
Good. All right, hun. I'm wishing you all the best, and have a beautiful night.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining my show tonight, The Mini Medium. I will see you guys next week, Wednesday. Follow me on my Instagram, minimedium75. Thanks so much. Bye, guys.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is the recently hibernating Reverend Elliot coming to you live tonight, and I'm going to give you the date, which I rarely do because it's important. It's April 26th. Just so you know, I am live tonight. The last time I was live was the February 22nd, and as I recall, I said, I think I feel like I'm getting a cold. And of course, for the next 60 days, I was under the malinfluence of influenza. I had a flu to beat the band. I had a miserable, horrible, disgusting flu that wouldn't let go. So I missed the last 2 months. And I had a few things I wanted to talk about. So if you don't mind, I'm going to spend the next 60 days just talking to you right now. I'm commandeering this. I'm going to filibuster and just speak for 60 days. Or maybe you'll just talk for a few minutes, and then we'll spend the rest of the 60 minutes taking phone calls. That's what I used to do. Isn't that what I did? I would read the cards. Gosh, it's been strange. And, you know, I don't know if I even can talk because cabin fever set in after a few weeks, and it's just odd. It was just so strange because I would come close to being able to. I'm going to go on. I'll go on. I'll make it this Wednesday, and then of course I couldn't do it, mostly because my voice was shot, and radio, of course, it kind of depends on voices. So without my voice, that was, without a song, right? Nothing came out. Nothing came out at all. So here I am, about 22,000 aspirins later. Lots of calls to the doctor saying, what is this? And, of course, it wasn't that big thing, it wasn't that thing, because I had that thing in 2020, and I am not getting that thing again. And here, last year in March, I had a flu too, and I missed about a month or so. But this is closer to 2 months. So a lot has happened in that time in terms of world history. But you know something? We don't really care about that here. I'll tell you why. Because I get asked about that. Why don't you discuss current events? And first of all, my nose is still a little clogged up. First of all, you can get that current event stuff any place now. It seems like that's now. There was a time when on cable TV they would exploit stand-up comedians, and they were all over. And then they went to fashion models because they're a little cheaper and quieter than stand-up comedians. And then then they discovered news. And holy mackerel, they say, here's something that's changing, and we can get people angry with it. And when you get people angry, they're going to tune in and listen. And what better yet, you can get people afraid. If you can get, I was out during that whole balloon thing from China. I was out for all of that stuff. And does it make a difference? A year later, are we going to even remember it? But there are eternal things in the world, eternal problems, and something, you're not supposed to use the word problem anymore. If you notice that, nobody has problems, they have issues. To me, issue is like Newsweek, or used to be. There is no Newsweek now. I know there's a website that calls itself that, but they bought the name, and it's, that's just how the news works. It's a brand now. So the world changes because the changing world is good for ratings. The main things stay the same. I missed, I was out for the whole beer can thing, so I don't think that's going to, this is the last thing in the world I needed lying around with the flu was hearing people talk about beer. I was nauseated enough as it is. They didn't need to hear about beer. And that's just, so I had to put the radio away. Naturally, I don't have a television set because to me, television is just intrusive. I don't deal with that. I spent too many years in the media business to not know that they're really out there to try to just hurt you and try to scare you and try to keep you off balance. There were several big media firings while I was holed up here in the International House of Sneezing. That's what it turned out to be, and let me understand that. There's a whole industry where you have to keep commenting on what's going on in the news. And it's like when I was a little kid, and maybe a lot of you know about this too, you've done this too. All the little boys would be playing with yo-yos. And then suddenly everybody would have a top, the little kind of top that you would wrap a string around and do tricks. And then, okay, so I'll play with a top. And then a little later, everybody was suddenly playing with a Duncan yo-yo again. And I think that was just to get us all accustomed to being yanked around. I was hesitating there, looking for the cleanest way I could possibly say that. But there you go. And when you're on the sidelines, as I was for 60 days, because then other things come to mind, and I started remembering people I'd known over the years. I remembered a guy I knew from Moose Jaw, Alaska. Now, you see, where does that come up? That bubbled into my head, too. He was from Moose Jaw, Alaska, and he moved way down south to San Francisco, which to him is south. And he became a teacher of improvisational comedy technique. And he held classes in that. And the goal of that was to prepare the performer to be able to improvise for an audition so that they could get a part in a TV series. And I thought of this guy because he had one student who was incorrigible. I mean, the student just ran amok. No matter what the scene was, no matter what they were trying to do, he would just go crazy. And he said to this guy, you know, I can't really work with you. I can't do anything with you because, I mean, you're not helping yourself by being so undisciplined. I mean, what do you think? They're going to put together a TV show just so that you can just run amok and do silly things and crazy stuff? It isn't going to happen. Well, of course, the guy's telling me this over a drink because he was drinking a lot at that time, because the guy he spoke that to was a young fella named Robin Williams. Now, that's funny to me. He said, what do you think they're going to do, Robin? Write a TV series just for you? Well, that's kind of what happened. So I guess by way, and of course the message there, and he knew it, my friend knew it, that the message is don't take advice like that. You know, if you just do what you do, be who you are, do what you want to do in that sense. That doesn't mean, you know, if you feel like shoving somebody out of the window, do it. But Lord knows there's people, well, never mind, let's not go there. We want to be positive and upbeat. But you see, when you're lying around in bed for 60 days and sick, and you went from the stage saying, gee, I can't wait to get better. So you get to a point where saying, I hope I don't die. And then you get to the point where saying, I hope I do die, you know, because it's just so bad. But remember, and I mean this quite seriously, because one of the things that really irks me about people in general is the habit people have of putting themselves down. And I say that because there's a lot of people in this world who are willing to put you down. You know that. You've encountered them. You've experienced them. They have tried to put you down. So why do you want to do their job for you? But you know you better than anyone else. And I'm going to tell you this is the secret to it. It's comparison. Don't do that. Don't compare. Don't compare, because, yeah, you know, let's say you can't write like F. Scott Fitzgerald or Hemingway, but they couldn't write like you. You can't paint like Picasso, but Picasso couldn't paint like you. Just be yourself and don't compare yourself to other people. And what happens will happen. You'll find success doing what you want to do. And you don't need the approval of other people. That was what really killed me about so many people in the entertainment business, is they really just live for approval. It was just approval. I'm not going to mention any names except Danny Aiello, and I'm going to mention him because it's okay. There's nothing wrong with Danny Aiello. He was a wonderful guy. I knew his son Rick Aiello. Great family, nice people. Well, I was working in a particular comedy club. And it was the anniversary, and it was the 25th anniversary. It was been a long time, this club. And Danny Aiello came because he had started there as he was a bartender, and then they did improvisational acting, and I think you can guess what the name of the place was, but he gave a short little speech. He said, I'd like to thank he thanked the place for allowing me to make $1 million a year now. Now, Danny Aiello was making $1 million a year. Okay, fine. There was one actor who was there and heard that. And for weeks afterwards, he would strike up conversations with me about the weather, about the news, about anything in the world. And he'd say, after a couple of minutes, you don't really think that Danny Aiello actually makes $1 million, do you? He couldn't handle that. He couldn't deal with that. I'm not going to tell you his name because you've seen him all over television many times, and there's no point in that. But I mean, and he does have a reputation for being neurotic. However, you know, don't beat yourself up is what I'm saying. Don't beat yourself up, because there's plenty of people out there in the world who are more than happy to do that for you. And that is my lesson in life. If I could share that with anyone, be positive. Be as positive as possible. You know, because, look, it is possible to have really horrible things happen to you in life and still be happy. That doesn't mean that you have to be a gibbering fool and say that, because let's face it, if something happens to you and somebody says to you, that was a blessing in disguise, that means the universe really screwed you over. So let's not get too carried away there. But the essence of being a happy person is contentment. And the essence of that is being secure. And if you find yourself feeling insecure, examine that. Ask yourself why you feel insecure. But to find out that somebody else in your field is making more money than you are, and that if that ruins your year, you're in the wrong business. That's crazy. It's like, a little news person, a person on a cable news show was fired the other day, and I'm stunned. I'm stunned. Well, of course, I spend a lot of time around news people, TV news people especially, and I can tell you that the one thing that they know for sure is that every morning when they wake up, they have a very good chance of being fired by the time the sun sets. It's just that's the nature of the business. And they'll get hired somewhere else. If being fired stuns you, there was another one who was fired a year or so ago from the same place, and he had to go into therapy over that. Usually I would go into the unemployment office when I got fired, but it didn't occur to me to go into therapy. But you see, this is because the people are beating themselves up. They identify themselves with their job and with their success, and you're never going to be successful like that. You're never going to be that successful. There's always going to be insecurity. I'm not going to mention names, but there was an actor I knew, and it's not I'm not mentioning names because I'm such a kind-hearted person. I'm saving it for my book. No, I wouldn't do that then. But I knew this guy who was a hardworking actor, very hardworking actor. And all he wanted was to be in the original cast of a hit Broadway show because then you can clean up financially. And he did it. And he was in a big hit, got a Tony Award that year, the award, the big one. And he was sitting on top of the world. And I happened to be at his table at a restaurant with a bunch of other people. And his agent came by, and after and I'll clean the obscenities up here, after he achieved his life's goal and got himself a starring role in a hit Broadway show that he got a Tony Award for, he turned to his agent and he said, "Now do you think you can get me a movie?" So you see, this is why I have no ambition. I really don't. And the funny thing is, once I stopped having any ambitions in life, everything I wanted in the world came to me. Go figure that one out, right? I'd like to write a book about not having any ambition, but in order to write a book like that, you have to aspire to do it. And how do you aspire to write a book about dropping all your aspirations? See, that's a bit of a tough one there, but you see, I'm going to come out like a hypocrite no matter what I do. But at the very least, you can have dreams. We all have dreams, but don't let the two things. Don't beat yourself up and don't let your aspirations and ambitions become your reason to exist, because then you are going to be disappointed and you're going to end up hating yourself. And you don't want to do that because you're stuck with you. Hating yourself is not going to be a good solution. And these are the kind of things that were playing through my mind for the last 60 days. And like I said, I said at the top, I may just be able to talk for an hour because I'm so backlogged mentally. I missed you guys. I missed it. I missed the whole thing. I'm very sorry to all the people who had tried to schedule readings with me, but it was impossible. There were some people who ordered some books, and of course, the best way to get books, I was telling them, was, to go to mojoacademy.org and get them directly from the printing plant, because if you get them through, let's say, Amazon or contacting me, you probably would have gotten a surprise bonus with your books, which was a bucket load of viruses. You don't want that. I don't like mailing things to people when I'm sick, but I'm better now, theoretically. The question is, will I be back next week? Tune in next week to find out. But we're here now, and we're going to make the most of it now. And I am really thrilled to be back. I had a miserable 2 weeks, but I was looking forward to this moment, and here it is. Now, was that ambition? Maybe it's a small ambition nonetheless, but it might have been let's say it's an aspiration and not an ambition. But those are the things that I was thinking about, which is as I was reflecting on what the comical opera that passes for my life. Don't be ambitious. If you now, aspire to not being not being ambitious, of course, is an ambition. So it's a treadmill, you see. But you'll see what I mean when you work on that, because you have everything you need now. Anything else is icing on the cake. Now, that said, icing is a lot of fun. So I'm not putting that down, that's for sure. I love successful stuff, but the key is to not see yourself as a failure simply because you didn't get something that you didn't have much of a chance of getting anyway. See what I mean? Because these things can happen to anybody. That's an old saying in the theater, by the way. You can play to an empty house, or you can become a big star. Becoming the true people who became big stars understood, who maintained their mental health, understood that could happen to anybody. So there you go. Well, listen, we have got the whole rest of the show ahead of us, and let's do some reading. You know what I'm doing? I'm babbling because I'm feeling insecure because I haven't done this for 2 months, and I have this little nagging voice in the back of my head that says, suppose you forgot how tarot cards work. But that's not going to happen because we're here tonight. And if you want to know more about what I do, if you've never heard me before, this is surely a weird introduction to me. But you can learn more about me at magic-works.com, MAGICK works.com, and there's like 100 pages of information there, and I add to it all the time. I did manage during my illness to put up a new celebrity horoscope, although this is not really a celebrity. This is a notorious person in a sense. I put up a horoscope for Hunter Biden. It's a birth chart for Hunter Biden, and that's worth reading. So you go to magic-works.com and look at the horoscopes there, the celebrity horoscopes, and you'll find some interesting stuff there, and you'll also find out how you can get your own birth chart for the astounding sum of nothing, absolutely nothing. Take advantage of that. So let's do this. Let's get back to the way we used to do it. Ring the bell 3 times to declare sacred space. Look at that. I just cut the tarot cards just to see what the feeling for the night is going to be. And I got the sun, which is health and happiness and healing and growth. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. So here we go. We're now in sacred space, and the cards are all shuffled up. And we're going to get to our first reading, which is, let's see, Sierra in Milwaukee. You know something? I saw that, and I thought that was the place. I was trying to find the name. So I'm sorry. That must happen to you all the time. But now, wait a minute. I almost said hi, Sierra, and hi, Sierra, which is another. There was a waitress at a comedy club named Leah, and every once in a while the comics would say, "Hi, Leah," and then they'd start laughing because they realized they mentioned a racetrack, Hi, Leah, and she would look at them and said, "Yeah, that was funny the first 2,000 times." So you just brought that to my mind because I was just about to say hi, Sierra, but hello, Sierra. How are you tonight?
Hello, I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm glad to be here. That's it. I was knocking on heaven's door there for a while, but I'm back, and this is my first show in 2 months, and you're my first experimental subject in 2 months. So experimental, I mean, to see if I know what the hell I'm doing, right? So what can I look at for you today? What can I look at for you?
I actually had 2 questions. Well, career-wise, I'm thinking about leaving my current job to something new, and I'm kind of
wait
about that.
Hold, stop right there, because I just cut the deck when you said that, and I got the page of rods. The rods are career, and the page is the appearance of something new. So you're on the right track here, and the 2 of rods is here, so that's about getting the 2 of rods is about waiting for the results of something that you've done. career-wise. So yeah, and I also have the Eight of Cups, which is about walking away from something that isn't working for you and going to something better. So the cards are all showing that's very good. They also have the Seven of Cups here, which shows me that you have a really strong imagination, and that's good because you can see possibilities where other people don't. That's good. That's good. So all of these things, the reason I stopped you there is because it's showing me exactly what you're talking about. So I'm going to see. There, I've got it again. That's the sun. That's the card I had earlier. That's good. Health, healing, growth, happiness. Yeah, you are on the right track. You are getting something new is going to work out well for you. Now, there was another question you had?
I've been single for 2 years, and I'm about ready to start dating, but I haven't met no one interesting.
Okay, let's see what we've got here. Now, because, I mean, you're going to get it. I'm sure these cards are going to answer it because the first thing was right on the money. That the cards really responded to you there. So let's see what we get. Okay. Here's the Three of Cups. And that's interesting. Because that means that when it comes up, cups are about romance, by the way. You see, I told you these cards would respond to you. They're about emotions and affairs of the heart and all. But when asked about a relationship, if cups come up, that's really good. The Three of Cups is here. It means you're probably going to meet somebody through friends. But you're still going to have a little time out. That the next is the Four of Swords. The Four of Swords is about taking a break and some time out, but it's not going to last very long this time out because the Wheel of Fortune is there right afterwards, and the Wheel of Fortune is about the situation changing. The next card I have is the Ace of Cups. And the cups, like I said, are about romance. And then there's the Queen of Cups. So this is telling me that it's come. Oh gosh, here's the Four of Cups. I knew these cards would respond to you, because when you asked about career, you got rods, and then you ask about romance, and you're getting cups. The overall thing I've got here is you're going to have to wait a little bit longer, but you're probably going to meet somebody, and it's going to be very interesting, and it's going to come out through friends. It's going to be good. Let me ask you this: was that a bad relationship that you were in, the last relationship?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll tell you why I ask you that. And I'm very delicate about that because it could be. There's so many reasons for people being single, and they're not always that. This one, I ask you because there's another cup card here, and that's the Five of Cups. The Five of Cups shows a person who is looking at 3 spilled cups, which is disappointment, and behind her are 2 other cups that are not spilled. So it's about partial disappointment. It's about something that didn't work out, but you're still a little focused on that. The person in the card is still focused on what didn't work. And at some point soon, she's going to turn around and see the other 2 cups, and then she'll find what she wants. So that's overall the impression I have from all of the cards. So you're going to meet somebody through your friends, but it's going to take a little while. It's not going to be terribly long, but it'll be a little bit longer than you would like. But when you do meet this person, it's going to be very good, and it'll get your mind off of what went wrong the last time, because you'll have a very good time. Here, the Knight of Cups, too. See, all these cup cards tell me that there is romance in your future. You can't escape it. You must be a very lovable person, right?
I am. I just try to pick my battles wisely.
Yeah, well, this is something that we all look back on, I guess, and because I think that what happened is probably the oldest question that human beings ever asked, and yet we're still asking it all the time because we don't know what happened, what hit us. Here's the Lover's card, so it's all here. It's all here. You are going to meet somebody through friends, but it'll take a little bit longer than you might be happy with, but it's not terrible. It's not like years. I'm talking about just a little bit longer than you want. That's all. But you will be meeting somebody, and it'll be a very good one. It'll be an interesting relationship because of the Knight of Cups. That's kind of up and down. It's going to be very exciting, is what I'm saying, and you'll enjoy it. But the knights also, they refer to something new beginning. Good. This is a card I'm glad I got. It's the 10 of Swords. This is a card that says the trouble is over. Whatever unhappiness and discord and doubt and trouble you have from the way the last relationship ended, it's going to be over. You're going to be fine. Okay?
I appreciate that.
So you're headed for a good time. And it's not going to be terribly long. It's just going to feel like you're really ready to go, and it's going to be a little bit longer than you want, but it's worth the wait. Okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, because it's a very upbeat, very positive reading on both scores. You're going to do well in terms of work, and you're going to do well in terms of romance. So I will light a white candle to send positive energy your way. How's that?
Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with me, the on-again, off-again host. Usually I'm a recording. And you're probably listening to this as a recording too, but a lot of people are listening live for the first time since February because I have been away. I went out to explore the world of being sick to death. That's one way to look at it. Karen in Washington is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi,
yeah,
how
I'm
are you
from
tonight?
Wapato, Washington.
Wow, how is it out there today?
Oh, beautiful. I'm in the apple capital of the world.
Oh, brother, I just had an apple the other day, and because I believe in, eating apples. Let's face it. So chances are here in New York City, my apples come from your area?
Yep. Yakima
Wow.
Valley.
Well, the Yakima Valley?
Yes.
See, the only thing I know about that is the great stuntman, Yakima Canutt, who was John Wayne's stuntman, and his son was Charlton Heston's stuntman, and that's where I first heard of Yakima. But wow, that sounds like such a beautiful place to be in. What does it look like when the apple trees are all blooming and growing fruit?
Oh, God. Beautiful. We have cherries, apples, peaches, nectarines. We're the fruit bowl.
Wow. I was just telling my wife I have got to get out and get to the store because it's about time we get cherries that aren't from South America because, down there we'll get them off season. But up here we should be getting cherries very soon, and we sure miss that. And they're good for you. Apples and cherries are really good for the health. So what can I look at for you tonight?
My health and well-being.
Okay. Well,
I just got recently diagnosed, and I'm being treated for ulcerative colitis. I've been suffering for over 10 years.
well,
I just got diagnosed in November, but I'm so drained. I'm tired all the time.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about, because as soon as you said that, the first card I got is the Chariot. And the Chariot shows a person holding it in a small chariot with sometimes it's horses, sometimes it's a sphinx, but one is black and one is white. And one wants to go this way and one wants to go that way. And the person is working to keep them together and keep it on track. And that's a person who is putting in a lot of effort to be secure. You know what I mean? That it's draining. I was going to ask you if you're very tired a lot. Now that's a duality. We'll get to the good news. That's the duality, though. That's the white, the black. Look at the picture of the card of the Chariot on the internet sometime. If you don't have a deck of cards of your own, you take a look. You'll know exactly what I mean, because it's about a person who's really using all their strength to just keep this thing moving in one direction. The next card I have is the Two of Swords. The Two of Swords represents a stalemate, nothing moving, nothing happening. You feel stuck in one position.
Yes.
The next card I have, and this is the third time I've gotten this tonight, so I'm really happy to see it, is the Sun. Of course, the Sun we're talking about fruit and vegetables and all of that. That the Sun is the source of all that. The Sun is the source of all life. The Sun is the source of health, and the Sun card is about health and growth and happiness and recovering. So it seems to me that that's in your future. Because the next card, this is a very dull, happy reading here, right? Is the world. The card of the world means assured success. So it's telling me that you're working really hard to make it better, to get through it. I really understand what you're going through from personal experience myself. And because I've don't even get me started with the health problems but sometimes you feel like you are holding wild horses and trying to keep them in one direction. And you know that that's almost not a metaphor. That's almost how it really feels. But that situation isn't going to change for a while. That's the Two of Swords, because it's reached a sort of balance. But then healing comes in the sun, and then the world, which is assured success. So I think that from these cards, I'm seeing that the situation is going to break your way. If you can just just hang in there, because it's very good. It's just so the effort is tremendous, and I know that every day it feels like you're running a race, but that's not going to last. Let me see if I get one more card. The Emperor. You're going to be empowered. You are going to be empowered. And there's the Eight of Cups, which means that you're going to leave the bad stuff behind you. So yes, your future is good. The problem is your present is not. But the outcome is going to be good. Just to get through, do what you need to do with your medical team and get through the present, because one day it will be the future, and you'll do well. I've got the Fool here. The Fool is the card of the beloved of God. The Gypsies, the Romani people, believe that the person who gets if there were any negative cards in this reading, that will cancel them. See, you have divine power and divine protection. So keep that in mind. Seriously, that you've gotten this far, and you're right on the brink of a breakthrough. That's the Sun card. So hang in there, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so I also, as I mentioned to the previous caller, at the end of the show, I will light a white candle to send positive energy your way. How's that?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Best of luck to you. And I'm never going to look at an apple or a cherry again without thinking of you. Isn't that, I seriously, I mean it. And I truly appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye now. And hey, look at that. We passed the halfway mark, and that's because I spent time babbling at the beginning. So let's unbabble now a little bit and go right down to the next reading, which is Sarah in Montana. Hi, Sarah. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, Sarah. How are you tonight?
I'm great. And yourself?
Well, I'm much better than I have been in the last, like I said, I've been out for 2 months with a flu, but here I am. My nose is a little bit clogged, but I'm okay. Oh, man.
Well,
so, on top of that, though, we've got this pollen hitting the air now, and I have developed sensitivities to that over the years, which is my heart goes out to people who have had lifelong allergies. I had no idea how much.
It's here too in Montana.
Yeah, well, that's life, right? that's sometimes I wonder if humans are an invasive species, but here we are. So what can I look at for you?
Here we are.
Yeah.
I just am wondering, I'm kind of at a crossroads in my career.
Okay. Well, let's see what I've got here. Well, that's good. This is interesting stuff. The Four of Cups is here. That's an interesting card. That's telling me that there's going to be an opportunity coming your way. You just don't see it yet. But something is happening. It's as a person is looking and thinking and pondering 3 cups, and there's a little cloud off to the side in most of the decks, and a hand is coming out and holding and offering a new cup. So there's something is coming your way. It hasn't made itself clear yet. The Ace of Swords is here, and that's important because this is telling me that you are developing new ways of thinking and new ways of seeing the world and seeing yourself. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's a tough time.
Absolutely.
One of the ways that we can tell, unfortunately, that we are changing is we start losing friends. What happened to you? You're not the way you used to be. So that's
Right.
well, of course you're not. Because you're changing, but it'll be okay. It will be okay, because I see after that the Six of Coins, which is a card of philanthropy in its broadest sense, but it's a card of money coming your way, which tells me that you're going to figure out what to do career-wise to enhance your income. And you're going to be good at it, because the next card is the Ten of Cups, which is about a happy home and great success and joy. And here's another insight, which I think I really am happy to see, is the Empress. The Empress is a person who can make things grow and make things, combined with an imagination, the ability to make these things happen. The imagination meaning your new way of thinking, that your mind is growing. But you can translate that into action, and you can make things happen. This is why the Empress card, the woman in the card, is always surrounded by fruit and vegetables and wheat and things like that, because this person can make things grow. So you are definitely, your mind is expanding for the better. You're doing okay. There's an offer that's coming your way that you don't even know what it is yet. So you don't have to knock yourself out trying to figure it out. Oh, you'll know it when when it comes your way. You'll know.
I've been presented with an opportunity, and I've been a little hesitant to accept it because I don't know. It's jumping into something that I don't know if I am capable of doing it. I would pretty much be carrying a company.
Wow.
But I know a lot of people love me, and I'm well loved, but also it worries me as well.
Well,
I haven't made the.
I understand, because it's there was a time, and this cost me a friend, like I was saying about changing, when I was offered the chance to write a show for Broadway, which got very close to Broadway, but unfortunately didn't work. But I was hired.
Very cool, though.
I was hired to write it, and of course I had no playwriting experience other than I had done some sketches for some shows that were produced here and there, and had some minor stuff produced. But my wife and I had a friend who majored in theater, and he was very upset. Well, why'd they pick you? What makes you think you can do the job? See, now that was the question. Why did I think I could do the job? And my answer to him is, this is what I'll tell you. And I tell this in similar situations. I think it applies. It's not my job to know if I can do the job or not. It's their job. They're the professionals, and they think I can do the job. So if they think I can do the job, who am I to question their wisdom? So I took the job. What can I tell you? And I still own the show to this day, but I don't think anything's ever going to come of it. But it was a blast. I had a great time. I met a lot of interesting people, and
that sounds like a blast.
And yet there was always this question: why did he pick me? Well, he picked me because he saw something I had written. And it didn't hurt that the Daily News, which is the largest circulation paper here, had written an article about the show that I had written once before, but that was just like a one-man monologue thing. So you see what I'm saying? Is the point is, you don't know if you can do it or not, but the people who offered it to you, it's their job to know who can do it. So maybe they know something about you that you don't, right? It's worth a shot.
True.
But there's also there is another, like I said, I'm getting signs of another opportunity coming your way. Now that doesn't mean hold off on the other thing, because I would never ever substitute the card's judgment for your own. Just be aware that there's something else cooking, and keep your antenna out, because you're going to have choices, and you're going to do well. It's you're growing and changing, and that's a scary thing. And a lot of people can't do that. A lot of people won't do that. And sometimes sometimes in life it pays to just throw your oars overboard and see where the canoe goes, right? But you're in a good position. Yeah. You're doing really well. Here's the Knight of Swords, man. That is another good one. The Ace of Swords and the Knight of Swords, all about new activity in the mind. So you're growing. If you feel that you are the cards are confirming that is what's going on.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm growing in every way, spiritually and just every way in my life that you can imagine. It's
Feels
definitely
good.
progressing
Feels good.
and it feels
Powerful,
good.
isn't
At times it's scary, but it is very powerful, and it is a little scary, but sometimes I just try to ignore it and just go do whatever I want, and then other times I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't ignore this. I gotta do something,
I know, and I think we're all neurotic creatures anyway, because I don't want to go into this now only because I will talk for 5 hours if we do this, but I believe that thinking is overrated. So that's one of the reasons I'm attracted to tarot, because it cuts through the thinking and it shows us things and lets us see it. But yet, on the other hand, we have to interpret the cards, and that requires thought. So everything is a paradox. I just think that I happen to believe, in this short summary, is that everything wrong in the world today began with somebody saying, hey, I got a great idea to make things better. And, there it is. I mean, like, who knew when they were warned, actually. People were warned when they decided to put windmills out over the ocean in New Jersey, and now loads of whales are washing up dead. And they were told that would happen.
Ooh.
They were told, don't do that. You're going to mess up the whales because of the vibrations and the sound. So, it's just, I just say that thinking is overrated, but we can't help it. We're creatures who think and talk, so the thing is to moderate it a bit. And things like tarot, wow, I'm pausing because I just wanted to pull one more card for you, and this is a spectacular card. But things like tarot get us through the mental chatter and get us right to the heart of the matter. Now, this is a card that indicates that one period of your life is about to end and a new one begin. That's probably what you want, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's what it's a card that scares people because of bad horror movies, but it's not a scary card. It's the death card. And the death card has a sunrise in it. The sunrise indicates that this is the end of one period in your life and the beginning of another one. And that's a marvelous, marvelous thing to have. I don't get that card very often, but you are at the cusp of so much wonderful change coming soon. So this is a very good time for you. Trust yourself.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it.
You got yourself this far. You're going to get yourself further too. My pleasure.
Absolutely.
Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
Yes, thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi. Let's see if we can get another one in there because, gosh, I'm having a great time reading here, which is I've been so isolated from humanity for 2 months that this just feels great. Are we going to Kristen in Islip next?
Yes. Hi. How are you?
Oh, hi. How are you doing, Kristen? Hi.
I'm good.
Oh, you're a neighbor. Out in Islip, New York. You're a neighbor. I'm just off Times Square here in Manhattan.
Oh, okay. Just a short little train right away.
Yeah. So if we survive it, the way things are going in New York these days,
yeah.
But, it's really not that bad. I look at other cities and I see that, we're not, I know they say New York is the safest city, a big city in the country, but it isn't actually. The stats show quite otherwise, but we're not as bad either. We're slam in the middle there, So anyway, what can I look at for you tonight?
I was hoping to maybe connect with my mom if possible.
Okay, I'm assuming that she's passed.
Yes.
Okay, is that recent?
It's been 5 years, 5.5 years.
Okay, that's in the scheme of things, that's nothing, right? Let's see.
Feels like forever, but yes.
Yeah, well, that's this is just something I never did before. I got into doing tarot on Ask One Radio. I never thought of doing that kind of a reading, and I figured, why not? Let's give it a try. And I've had wonderful results with it. And I can tell you that they're almost all. I always get the same thing, which is sadness followed by happiness. And I try to look for direct messages, but there are a few cards that I look for to see if I'm actually getting a message, like obviously the death card or the judgment. Well, here's the judgment card. I was just saying the judgment card, and that I've got that. Because pictorially it shows a resurrection. You know, the angel blowing a horn and the souls coming up out of the grave. So let's say that is verification that we are going to make contact.
Okay, great.
And I'll shuffle them again.
But he was saying that she was being judgmental of me.
Let me do this, because here it is again. I got the Three of Swords. The Three of Swords shows a heart pierced by three swords, and the heart is crying. See, there's great sadness.
Okay.
But yet and then I get the High Priestess, which is also a card I look for to verify these readings, because the High Priestess is the person who can see behind the veil, meaning the veil between this life and the next.
Right.
And then I have the World, which is a card of success, which is telling me that the spirit feels a degree of achievement at this point.
Okay.
I can't understand these three cards I just got in any way other than this is a message, because it's almost statistically impossible to get these three cards one after the other. I have the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Rods, and the Ace of Coins. To get three aces at one time like that goes against the odds.
Wow.
Aces mean new beginnings.
Okay.
Now, a new beginning. I'm a little flustered because it's just mind-blowing to get these three cards like that. It's telling me that the message is that there's new things coming your way in terms of emotional stuff like romance and well-being and happiness. And then the rods mean work and career and how you earn a living. And then the Ace of Coins, that speaks for itself. You know, it's about money coming in. Money matters. Right. So there's going to be new things happening and successful things happening for you in those three areas. That seems to be the message, you know. But again, the first thing was I'm sad. And then the second one was the card of success, and yet I've gotten through this all right. And now on to you is what the cards are saying. Look for the message I'm getting here is look for good things to come your way in terms of emotional life, financial life, and work life.
That all makes sense, actually.
Well, I'm glad, because, you know, when I do these kind of things, I feel like I'm getting something coming through me, through the cards, and I don't need to know what it's about. You know, I'm just saying, I'm still a little flabbergasted that I got one after the other, the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Coins, and the Ace of Rods.
Yes, absolutely.
Because, like I said, the odds are way against getting three of those at once.
Right.
So this followed the pattern. There's the sadness because the loss, we experience the loss. So do they when they go over.
Right.
Look, I hope to stick around as long as I can, but I'm really curious about what happens. And of course, you can read Omar Khayyam. You know, the only way to know is to go. And I'm not that eager to learn at this point, but I will be at some point, I'm sure. But it's always tinged with sadness and yet happiness. So
I believe that makes sense.
So you're entering a good period. A good period. See, now here's the Nine of Swords. That's a card of sorrows. And then that's followed. Well, was your mother a very religious person?
Off and on.
Because I have the Hierophant here, which is a card of religious authority. So who knows? Maybe the spirit is learning about these things. But I'm going to take those three ace cards as meaning that's the spirit's message to you, is that you're about to get good stuff happening your way in terms of these three areas of life.
Okay, great. Definitely use all three of those.
Yeah. Great. So, you know, you can always follow up and let me know how it works out, and I'll be happy to pull a few cards for you. My email I'm so easy to find, but my email is asktarot at earthlink.net. But I'm easy to find through just Google Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, and you'll find loads of ways to find me. There's a contact form at my website. You can get through to me through askonradio.com, all kinds of stuff. But I'd be interested to know how this works out, because that's one of the most unusual afterlife readings I've ever gotten. And whoa, is, I was just about to say, the only thing missing is the Ace of Swords. Guess which card I just got? The Ace of Swords. Now you see, there are people who don't believe that I do this anyway, and I've been threatening for a while now to move over to video, and then you people can see the cards, and yet still people are going to say, well, you're just doing card tricks, But, This is the real deal. This is authentic. When I started reading tarot, somebody I had known at that time for about 25 years told me, well, you're just doing card tricks. And I said, you've known me 25 years. Have I ever done a card trick? You never saw me do a card trick. But no, so listen, here it is.
And I heard it in your voice. You were doing it too. I heard like the shock in your voice.
Yeah, I so much for I wanted to be cool, but I couldn't do it. And now with this Ace of Swords coming up, so you got all four of them. You got all four. So what the message, there is a direct message here to you, which is that every aspect of your life is going to be getting better. Okay, I've got to run. I've got less than 2 minutes to go. So please, if you want to get in touch with me at any point, do that, and I will. Yes, I will. Thank you so much. Do a little follow up for you. My pleasure. Bye bye now.
Thank you. Have a great night. Bye bye.
And hey, that's it, folks. That's it for this edition, the actual, real edition, not just the rebroadcast edition of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. My first in 2 months, and we can kiss that flu goodbye, and hope that I can keep my vitamin content comes to bat. But sometimes the old body just gives in to those little viruses, and there's nothing you can do about it. So we will get together next week again. We will. But in the meantime, like I said, you can email me. Any of you want to have a couple of cards pulled on the house, that's fine with me. The email is asktarot@earthlink.net, asktarot@earthlink.net. And check out my website, magic-works.com, and you'll see a whole bunch of stuff there. So until we get together next week, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Understanding Spirit
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Understanding Spirit. I can't believe this is my 4th week. I'm starting to get the groove of everything slowly. I hope you're enjoying tuning in to your intuition. And if you have any questions or there is something that you would like me to address, if you're having any difficulty doing anything, please email me on maryvcircle@gmail.com. And I will get back to you as soon as I can. I can also look at doing it during one of the shows. So feel free to do that. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about symbols. When mediums or readers are doing readings, we very often get symbols from spirit. As you can imagine, if you've had readings before, when you are sitting there and somebody's giving you a reading, if you had to wait the whole time for spirit to give you this long dialogue, it would take quite a while before the reader gave you any information. So many times, spirit will also work with symbols, with songs, anything that will give you messages straight away. So today, I'm just going to give you an idea of how to work with getting symbols and especially like yes and no symbols. A lot of people, when they want a reading, they want a lot of answers to yes and no type questions. So, things like, am I going to get pregnant? Am I going to get a promotion? Am I going to move? All those kind of things. So certainly those symbols are very, very important when you're learning how to be a reader and work with your abilities. So it's just a small exercise, and I can give you an idea. We'll work through it a little bit faster than I would if it was in a development circle. But you can still sort of take your time when you're doing it. Of course, you can look back at this video and practice it as often as you like. Okay, so as always, when we are looking at opening up to spirit, we will start with a quick protection, visualizing the white light around us and doing some breathing, which takes us into a more and more relaxed state. I always do it to the count of 4. I feel like that works the best with most people. Some people can't hold their breath longer, so they just want to breathe out. So I find that is the best way to go. So you can count longer if you feel that you can do it and that gets you to a more relaxed state. That's fine. Whatever works for you, the purpose is to get your body feeling very, very relaxed. All right, so let's get going and we'll start. So I want you to visualize a white ribbon of light protecting you and wrapping around your body, starting from the head and working all the way down to your feet. When you've done that, I want you to visualize a white light coming down and completely going around your body, giving you a bubble of protective light, making you feel safe and secure. And I want you to just start doing some breathing now. And I want you to breathe in to the count of 4. Hold your breath to the count of 4 and breathe out to the count of 4. Breathe in to the count of 4. Breathe out, hold to the count of 4 and breathe out to the count of 4. Breathe in to the count of 4. Hold to the count of 4 and breathe out to the count of 4. Breathe in to the count of 4. Hold to the count of 4 and breathe out to the count of 4. Last one. Breathe in to the count of 4. Hold to the count of 4 and breathe out to the count of 4. Just feel yourself going into a more relaxed breathing, a gentle rhythm for your body. Feel your body sinking further into your seat. I want you now to visualize a golden chest forming on top of your head. It's not sitting on your head, it's just hovering over there. And it's floating, almost touching the top of your hair. And I want you to envision that this chest is like a sieve and it's just funneling through all the messages that are coming from Spirit. And it's just funneling everything as it's reaching you. Visualize the color of the hinges, if it has anything ornate on it, the clasp. This is your chest of symbols, and you can have it looking any way that you want. It is unique to you. As you receive symbols, you can place them in this chest, which you can retrieve from any time that you want. Just allow all the images to flow through you, whether it's thoughts or feelings, or you see the symbol in your third eye. Whatever way Spirit chooses to work with you today, and it will evolve as you go along. Take as much time as you need to recognize the symbols and the motions around them, and how the colors make you feel when you get any symbols. You may feel something, you might smell it, you might hear. All information is what you are ready for right now. As you look in your mind's eye, I want you to just see a screen. And you've got your blank white screen. And I want you to ask your guide to give you a symbol for the word yes. You can ask your guide now to give you a symbol for the word no. You can ask for a symbol for sad. You can ask for a symbol for happy. You can ask for a symbol for marriage. Ask for a symbol for a baby. For travel. For buying a car. Buying a house. Just know that whatever your symbols are, if you're given something that doesn't work for you, you can ask to be given a different symbol. As you place all the symbols into this chest, you can visualize the chest closing and know that you can go to this at any time when you're working with your mediumship. You can open your eyes whenever you want, and like I said earlier, you can go to this and do it at a slower pace. When I first asked my guide for a symbol for yes and no, she had given me a blue flower for one and a yellow flower for another. I never wrote it down and I kept getting them mixed up. And then I was like, clearly my memory is not good. Please just give me a cross for no and a green tick for yes. And that's how I've been doing it ever since. So if that's the best way for you, don't hesitate to just ask for something different. When you are getting symbols, they can be anything. If somebody asks me if they're going to travel or if they should travel, my guide will give me an aeroplane, or I'll see an aeroplane going forward straight ahead. And if I see that, I know they're heading towards Europe. If I see a plane and it's heading towards my right, I know they're going towards America or the United States. So you will just get little visuals like that, because if they had to sort of, like I said, speak to you, it would take ages for you to get all your information. So just keep practicing. You can ask questions, to test it with your symbols. You can sort of say, is my name so-and-so? Am I going to get a promotion at work? Am I going to move? Anything. Are my finances going to improve? It doesn't matter, just ask various questions and keep practicing. And, thank you for tuning in and watching me on A1 Radio Psychic and Moonstruck TV. And if you have any questions, feel free to send me a message and we'll address it and we'll work with it and see if I can help you along with everything.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Bacon. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I appreciate you being here very much. I'm Andrea Bacon. And so, how are you doing energetically? Do you feel like you're in alignment with where you want to be and where you're headed? And do you feel like you're in alignment with your higher self and your heart's desires? So creating a self-vision, moving into your true self, and rising above the darkness and the heaviness that some people might be feeling right now. And if that's not you, that's wonderful. But for some people that are, there is this card that I pulled for, it says Ascension. And it's saying that you absolutely can move out of that heaviness and out of any of those stagnant feelings and reach for, a lighter state of being. And this is going to be very helpful. So just know that you're able to, you can, even if you feel like you can't, okay? So moving forward into the space of lighter and brighter is going to help support your growth. It's going to help support you feeling like you're, on this journey and that you have help. So on this card, we've got the two sides of the snake here. And this is representing duality. It's representing like fear, ego, or fear or love, or going backwards versus moving forwards, okay? On this journey that you've been on, there's been, this duality, this energy of both light and dark. But when you're staying connected in your true self, feeling in alignment, more in a conscious way of where you're really headed and who you really want to be, this is going to really help you be more balanced and feel more balanced if that's something that you are wanting and needing at this time. And by staying in alignment, it's going to be staying in alignment with the middle ground. And so it's what it's looking like is going to be balancing out your emotions, your thoughts and feelings, and not letting them control you. So, and some people have, difficulty with that and difficulty with feeling, being able to control how they feel and all of that. What that is also going to help you do is trust yourself, trust your intuition, trust your gut. And it's going to help you trust other people. And not in a way that's making yourself overly vulnerable, but definitely in a way that's going to help you be more open and in alignment and going to help you bring in the right people in your life if that's something that, that you may have struggled with, okay? I also pulled this Gaia Earth Connection card. Being mindful of staying in the present moment is really important. Not going back, staying stuck in the past or ruminating over things that have happened. Things that have held you back or limiting beliefs that are not in alignment with where you want to go. So staying grounded, staying connected, feeling embodied in your body right now is super important. It helps you stay focused on where you're headed. It helps you stay focused and in tune with yourself, body, mind, and soul. You know, a lot of people can easily get out of that, get out of touch with that, and, you know, in a way that kind of creates this stagnant feeling. So you're being asked to really focus on yourself and focus on where you're headed and staying grounded. And that way you can bring beautiful blessings into this world. Okay, and now we're going to take a caller. We have Audrey in Santa Monica.
Yes.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
Yes, I'm here. This is Audrey.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, wonderful. How can I help you?
You know, recently I've had some, like, you know, back-to-back tragedies, and just trying to find some closure with that, and just kind of like move on with my life. I guess I was hoping like to connect with, you know, any loved ones that might have messages for me.
Okay. Let me tune in, and I'll take a moment of just being quiet and seeing who I can connect with for you, okay?
Okay.
Okay, well, first of all, I feel like, you know, like either angels or spirit guides, like, but I'm seeing younger females with longer hair, and they're standing in a circle around you. Okay.
Okay.
So I just have to acknowledge that at first. You know, and I do have this sense of you having the rug pulled out from under you. And it, you know, they're making me feel as if you're having, feeling like it just doesn't stop almost is the feeling. But it's like they have you, you know, it's like they are holding you. And, you know, it's like this message of you can't truly fall because the universe has your back and your loved ones have your back. Your angels have your back.
Okay.
And, okay, let me see what else is coming through. They're holding my hand, or they're holding your hand. There's a lot of like heart healing they want you to do. Who is the spirit? Let me see if I can get information about who's coming through, though. So there's a lot of female that I feel around you, but then there is a male with with like brown hair. He's showing me, he's showing me his heart, or his chest. And then he shows me his throat, which I feel like there was a distance or a lack of communication, or he wasn't able to communicate. It feels like he was not that elderly, so maybe, you know, like middle aged.
You said he was showing you his heart in a robe?
His heart and his throat. So about communication, and then and also possibly about the heart can mean different things. It can mean that's how he passed, or it can also mean like a strong love too.
Okay. Is he like very tall, or you said maybe middle age?
Yeah, middle-aged, brown hair. And it actually feels, could this be your father? Would he have passed when he was around that age or so?
My father passed like around age 59, and then my fiance passed at age 34.
Okay. Okay, let me see. And yeah, he wears glasses.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, my fiance did not wear glasses, but my dad, I think later in life he did. I think he wore them like for reading or something like that. He didn't wear them every day.
He comes across as like a little bit more quieter type. Oops.
Yeah, they both were like that. They both had, yeah.
Yeah, he's sending you so much love, and know that, they are with you a lot. They want you to know that you're going to be okay, and that you have some beautiful things ahead of you in this life. That keep shining your light. Don't let it dim you. Like waves in the ocean, let it come and then fall, as far as the grief, as far as the pain, so that you're able to find your center again, is what they want to say. Okay. And yeah.
And the younger female, like what does she look like?
There was actually several, and honestly, it was like a light brownish or a dark blonde hair. But it could have, it could have even been angels or your spirit guides as well, because there was a team of them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds like probably.
So it's in closing with the message, just feeling working on your self-love and your heart healing is going to be really good for you, and it's going to help you be able to move forward and try and do some healing.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Your Time to Shine with Julie Yeager Walker. Live from Wings of Souls with Julie.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Your Time to Shine
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Good evening. Thank you so much for being here with me on this Thursday evening, and I hope this night finds you well. Well, today in the Pacific Northwest, it's gorgeous. And at the beginning of the week, we were like 50 degrees. And now today we're almost hitting 80. It's just like in the matter of a day or two, it's switched. And it's like feeling like summer and giving all of us really bad spring fever. And in fact, before the show, I took some time to weed my yard, and it's such a fantastic feeling to be out in nature in the warmth of the day and doing something good in your yard. And then you can just sit back and enjoy it, right? When it's all said and done. And so tonight, that's what I did before the show. I was doing a little bit of weeding. I was getting my hands dirty, digging in the dirt. My dog was laying in the grass, enjoying it all. My husband was mowing the lawn, so everybody had their part in the yard this evening, which was fantastic. So I hope wherever you are thawing out and getting some sun, getting a little bit of warmth, because it's feeling great. It's been a really long winter, and I know we've all been feeling that. So tonight, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about energy. And as most of you know out there, everything is energy. From, of course, us, human beings, to our pets, to the trees, to the plants and the grass, the rivers, the ocean, everything is energy. But a lot of the things that we don't really think about that are energy are all those innate objects that don't move, that don't seem to have a life, right? Everything behind me, all my pictures, my candles, the bookshelf, everything is energy. Your car is made up of energy, right? Your bank account, your business, everything is made up of energy. It is so interesting. I am taking an online class with Colette Baron-Reed, and I know most of you out there know her. She's a fantastic, fabulous medium, angel card reader, you name it, teacher. She is just absolutely fabulous. And, she too was talking about the business that you are in, whether you have your own business or whether you're working for somebody else, all of that is energy. All of it is energy. And so being able to put your love and your energy into that and partnering with that. The other night, I came home from a long trip to my mom's house. It was about a 4-hour drive, and I got home really late at night on Sunday. And as I was pulling up into the driveway in complete gratitude that I had made it with no issues, I found myself, tapping the steering wheel of my car and giving kudos to my car for getting me home safely, right? Everything is energy. Everything feels an energy. Everything gives off an energy. And so it's really important to take stock in what is around us and put energy and love into the things that need it most, such as your car, giving it gratitude that it got you from point A to B without breaking down, without, you get there safely, you don't get into an accident, whatever that is, giving that gratitude, opening up your bank account and seeing that there's money in the account and giving that gratitude, giving back that unconditional love and that energy, and actually partnering with your bank account or your business, right? And making that part of your life and part of your routine. I know most of you are going to say, oh, well, that's just crazy. Well, everything has molecules. Everything has atoms. This is what gives the structure for what we see each and every day, right? Even the water that we drink, right? As I bring water into the house, or I pour myself a glass of water, I'm blessing it, I'm giving it gratitude, and I'm thanking it. I'm putting that loving energy into it before I even take a sip. And so it's doing those things and realizing that everything is energy. Everything is living, essentially. And just taking note of that and taking note of the surroundings that you're in. So, the next time you take a drive with your car, give it gratitude from going from point A to B. This is why so many people name their cars. Although I can say my car does not have a name, but people out there who have named their cars, right? My husband named his car. And so it's putting that same energy into it, the love and the connection, so that you can connect with that energy every time you sit in your car and you drive somewhere. Every time you sit down with your business or you sit down with your bank account, you can connect with that energy, right? So just stop and think about that for a little while and then ask yourself, what is it that has energy, that needs my attention, that needs my love right now? So you might be surprised when you give a little bit of love, what will come back to you out of that. All right. Tip of the night. All right. Right now we have a caller on the phone line. We have Tara Hote. Courtney. Courtney,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'm looking at your town. I'm so sorry. Courtney, in Indiana. Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I am good. Thank you. What can I do for you this evening?
Well, my life is just kind of on like this roller coaster of up and downs right now. And maybe just like a general like insight of what is happening or what I should be doing as far as my relationship goes. I'm just ending a very toxic relationship, and a friend of mine who has been there for me throughout the whole thing. I've developed feelings for him, and I don't know how he feels about me. His actions say one thing, but his words say another. So I'm kind of confused on the whole thing. And usually it's the words that are, saying like the positive stuff, but the actions that are saying the different. Well, with him, it's like just the opposite. Like he gets very involved in my life in a way that only somebody that I think would be, more interested in than just a friendship would, be doing. Then, I don't know, it's hard to explain. So, just maybe something like general. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I get what you're saying. Tara or Courtney, I'm sorry, I keep looking at your city. Courtney, let me just take a moment here and see what the messages are that are needing to come through for you tonight. So as I do this, there's just gonna be a little moment of silence, and then I'll be right back with you, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Courtney. It's interesting. I'm not getting a solid read on the gentleman that you are speaking of, the one that's been helping you out. The one thing I can tell you is that he really likes you as a person. He respects you. And everything that he is doing for you is coming from the heart. There is a part of him that doesn't really know if you're really ready for a relationship. It's like what I'm seeing is like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And I don't think he really knows what he needs right now either. But the one thing that is very clear is that he is doing all these things for you out of the goodness of his heart, because it makes him feel good that he's helping you in that way. I'm hearing the words, take it slow. You're coming out of a very toxic relationship, as you mentioned. And it's like you and your body are kind of realigning and readjusting. And so taking this time for you to kind of get back on track a little bit is going to help you to know what it is that you want. He's a very likable person, and I can see why you're attracted to him. He's got a really great energy. I'm hearing just take time for you. Take this time to do what you need to do. This is in part why you feel, I can see your life has been kind of up and down and up and down. And especially if you are in a relationship that was, fairly toxic, right? It's going to take some time to shake that out, right? And release that. So your guides are telling you not to jump into something right away. And I think what's happening is that's where this person is coming from as well, right? He doesn't really know where you're at. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it absolutely does.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. They just keep telling me, take it slow, right? They're not wanting you to jump into anything right away.
That makes a lot of sense, because he has dealt with a lot of emotional trauma himself, and his aunt is like one of my very, very good friends, and she and I have talked a lot about it, and he's been through things too, and he's somebody you kind of just gotta like go slow with. It can't be too pushy, but I don't know, we just seem to like really click. Like we argue like we've been together for years already. Like it's silly.
Yeah. So, it's a matter of letting this play out. You both have been through your traumas, right? Which sometimes that's what draws people together, right? It's these commonalities. And sometimes people can work through those traumas together, right? They can be that support for each other. And then other times it can just be, it can be a real hardship in the relationship. So they're showing me for you just to be cautious in this situation, because he still has some things that he needs to process himself. And I think that's why he's kind of like why I'm being shown 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
Okay.
He's just not. What I'm being shown is he's been told so much that he's not a very good person. That he's actually started to believe it. However, with him helping you in the way that he's doing, it's bringing back that feeling of, no, I really am a good person. Look at what look at what I'm doing, right? I'm helping somebody out from the goodness of my heart, right? So, yeah. So I would just kind of take that very, very slow.
Oh, you've been pretty spot on with the whole situation. I kind of got goosebumps right now, I gotta say.
Goosebumps mean truth.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I don't know if you have time, but there's one more little thing that I kind of like. My ex, who I'm recently out of the relationship with, we share a child together. He currently moved about 3 hours away from where we live, and he hasn't really been in much contact with me or my son. And I don't want that for my son, but I feel like him not being in contact with me right now is for the better. And I just, am I making the right decision by that? As far as keeping him distant.
Right. I'm seeing what they're showing me. So what they're saying is, for right now, this is going to be a good thing. And it's not about keeping your son away from him. I'm being what they're showing me is the road goes both ways, right? So if he's not reaching out, just let it be, because he's going through his own ups and downs. And so when he's ready, he'll reach out, and that could be a little while, right?
Okay.
It's like what I'm being shown is that he's immersed into kind of his own life, his own dramas right now. And so trying to figure out what he's doing. And so you guys really are not at the top of his list, I guess. And that's not a bad thing right now. Giving that space so that when he does circle back, he'll be in a different space and place.
Okay.
It was like when they were first showing me the situation and you were just talking about your ex, it was like I was getting shivers. And so this time and this space for your son to be away from him will actually be a good thing.
Okay.
What they're saying is,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they're saying keep the balance, right? Don't talk badly about him with your son. Keep the balance. Okay.
Yeah.
Until that time comes when your ex is ready to circle back around.
Okay. I just, he, I myself would describe him as very narcissistic, and I fell into that, trap of being involved with somebody like that for so long that I really lost myself. And that's another thing about my friend is he kind of helped me realize that. And It's helping me become myself again. And it's just, I think that might be, part of the reason why my feelings are developing for him so strong. And I'm just sitting here, I'm like, you should not be feeling this way already. Like, this is nuts.
Right. The feelings you're feeling are real. It's about, being in that space and place with somebody who actually is caring for you, right? And having that feeling of being cared for. So not having that in your past relationship, it's not surprising. But again, just taking it slow and making sure that this really is the route to go. Because I'm shown that right now it could go either direction. So it's about, taking the path that feels the best, but waiting for that time.
Right.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much.
You are so welcome. Have a wonderful evening.
You too, babe.
Okay. Next, we have Catherine in California. Good evening, Catherine, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. What can I do for you this evening?
I just wanted to know if there was any messages from any of my loved ones.
Okay. Catherine, I'm just going to take a few moments here and tap into that, and it'll be just a few moments of silence, and then I'll be right back with you, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Catherine, I'm not really sure where what this message is. I mean, they're basically saying your hard work is paying off. And that that you really don't need to work as hard as you are. Asking for help because they're here to help. Your loved ones are here to help you. But you are on a guided path. And they want you to know that it's been a very long path for you. But everything that you've been, all the effort that you've been putting into it, moving forward and keeping your goals in sight is manifesting and is coming through fruition.
I have a cousin that passed about a week ago.
Okay.
I don't know if he has anything to say or wants to say anything.
Okay, let me see if I can tap into him. I'm not able to tap into him. I have others coming forward on his behalf. He's still kind of trying to grasp the fact that he is gone, that he has passed over, and he is absolutely okay. Sometimes when our loved ones pass over, and if it's very sudden, sometimes they will have a hard time coming to the realization that they have left this earthly world. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
He's being well taken care of, and he's what they're called this resting period. So sometimes after we leave our bodies, we need to have this resting period so that we can get used to, our bodies are very heavy, and when we leave our bodies, everything is very light. And so for some, there's a little bit of an adjustment of how that feels. And we go into this rest period where we take a look at what we've done in the earthly realm in this lifetime. And we also we rest and take care of our energy and re-energize, so to speak. And so what they're showing me is he's in this period of rest. And that's not unusual for someone who's passed away right away. So they're wanting you to know that he's in very good hands, and he is doing really great on the other side, and that you don't need to worry about him, because he's being very well taken care of.
Mm-hmm. Is my husband my soulmate?
Your husband, who I'm assuming you're with right now?
Yes.
You guys have a very strong connection. Is he your soulmate? Possibly. I'm not really getting a yes or a no on that. The only thing they're showing me is that the two of you have a very strong connection. You've been together in other lifetimes, and that's why you're feeling this really intense connection between the two of you.
Do you know if there's anyone that's trying to harm our relationship?
I'm not getting that there's anybody out there that's trying to do that. Are you feeling like that there's somebody is?
No, well, sometimes we do feel like somebody they're doing something to us.
Okay. I'm not picking up on that right now. No. Yeah, I'm there's nothing indicating right now that there is. But Catherine, we're coming down to the last seconds of our show, and so I'm going to have to say goodnight. So I want to say thank you so much for calling in this evening.
Thank you. Thank you for everything.
You're welcome. That does it for me, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you would like to have a reading with me, please reach out to my webpage at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com, or my Facebook pages, Your Time to Shine or Julie Yeager Walker Medium. Good night, everybody. We'll see you next week.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Astrology and Psychic Reading
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. So I'm your host for this half an hour, Lady D. I hope you've all had an amazing week. We are in full swing of Mercury retrograde. So, things have been sort of going off course, not on planned. That would be why. And even for myself this morning, things aren't going according to how I had hoped. And it stresses you out when things, like for myself, I am someone, my moon is in Capricorn. So being structured, a thing with, having my stuff all together and being organized is a big thing for me. So when things sort of go not so much to plan, it stresses me out. So we're in a full swing of Mercury retrograde, plus also coming in on the 1st of May, we've got Pluto, which is going to also go into retrograde. So it's going to make its way back into Capricorn over a period of time. Next year, it does come back into Aquarius. It's another retrograde, and then towards the end of next year, permanently into Aquarius. So we're in its retrograde for now. Pluto will still be in Aquarius, but it will be making its way slowly back into Capricorn. Pluto is a very slow planet. When we've got these outer planets, when we're talking about Pluto, Neptune, even like depending on where Chiron is at, and like Uranus, these are the more slowing moving planets. So things go at a slower pace with these planets. And in a few weeks, we're also going to be looking at a square with Pluto with Jupiter, but it's not happening just yet, but it will be happening in a few weeks. But over the weekend, coming into next week, we will be having a square with Mars with Chiron here. So with this, what can we bring up the energies with this? I feel like we've got Mars, it's in Cancer. We've got Chiron in Aries. I do feel like this could bring up tensions or things to do with the home and family, because we're dealing with Cancer. Cancerians, it does rule the home. It does rule family. It does rule the 4th house. So we're also could be looking at I feel like this could be spitefulness. This could be bringing up spitefulness energy. It could also bring up energies of blaming. Chiron is I call Chiron our emotional pain. Where it is in your chart, it's when people, that's their emotional pain. And depending, where that is in that chart, how that affects them. If you're born when that Chiron's in retrograde, you're someone who's going to hold those issues more internally. If it's not retrograde, then you are probably going to more show it and having to deal with those issues. So having Mars with an angle with this Chiron, it does going to bring up, because Mars on a positive note is a strength, but on a not so much positive, it is also can be frustration or anger, because Mars is ruled by Aries, which is god of war. So, and it's interesting because we've got Mars, so Aries is Mars ruler, we've got Chiron here. So this can be, I feel like it's going to be quite intense, quite a frustration, but I also feel like there could be a thing of blame game going on here. I feel like there could be spouts of even like people might be feeling jealousy that's coming on with that alignment too. And I feel like this week it is going to be, it's like we're sort of dealing with fog. We're all trying to go through the fog. We're all trying to make our way through it. And I feel like we will make it out the other end. People who, have been working hard and feel very in alignment and sort of know and be working on something that they know that sort of their life purpose or the same intentions, those people I feel like are going to go through this week a bit more easier. Those who, really sort of don't know, a bit cloudy in their judgments, don't know, they may find this week a bit more like they're having a balance for them. So this would be a thing of being out of balance, I feel like. that's with them, but as well as also important to use our intuition. Yesterday I was getting my tire fixed, and I went into the shops just to buy time because I had like over an hour to just wait for my tire to get fixed. And I went into Kmart. I'm not a Kmart person, but I went to Kmart to look at containers. And then my guides just said to me, go to Big W, which is a shop that's similar to Kmart in Australia. And the person that was at the front must have thought I was a bit strange because I sort of walked in and I sort of stopped, and I got this message to go to Big W. And then I also got this message to go and see a lady I used to work with, who I knew used to work at a shop next to Big W. And I'm thinking, I don't think she might not work there anymore. This is like going on years. And my guides were like, no, this person will want to see you. Go and see this person and go to this store. So I just sort of standing there listening to what they're telling me, and just sort of turned around and walked out. I think it must have looked really bizarre, a bit strange. And I went there, and fair enough, he was this old person. This person I used to say old person. She's not old, but this person I used to work with, and yes, she was happy to see me and got to have a little chat with her about what she'd been doing, where things are happening. And this is what Mercury retrograde can. This is what one thing I do like about Mercury retrograde, because it does bring back people from the past, good or bad, and this can be really positive things that are coming up. So just take note and listen to your intuition. And then after that, I did go into Big W, and I did find the container and something else that I was looking for. So it's so important that we follow our intuition to see where it leads you. There's a reason why we get these messages, and there's a purpose to them as well. So it's good when you can be in tuned with those messages that come through. What else is going to be coming up this week? I feel like with these energies, and also if like even myself today, I feel I'm a person, I do get nervous energy, and I do feel a bit of nervousness. It's like more so, although I feel like there also could be spirit around me as well. So I've got here, don't be afraid of showing people who you are. And sometimes, people are afraid, they might, what they think is very different, or, their personality is a bit different, and they're afraid to show that. But this week, I feel like it's important to, be empowered, be inspired, and go there. It's okay to be different and to show people, who you are and what you're here for. Like be empowered to go further. Those of us who make these changes and wanting to go further in our lives, we may fail, but if we fail, we get up and we keep on trying again, because we learn something from failures and we succeed eventually. We got here, people might feel like they are drowning. So people may feel like a bit overwhelmed, but it's, like I said, important to get back up again. So I got here, like, breathe, stay calm, and don't panic. When things happen, we need to just go, okay, things happen, and we need to move on from that. Tensions may rise with people this week, or forgetfulness may coming up here. People missing in action, so people that maybe you might rely on might not be able to be there this week. And we got here, new paths may form, or may open for you. So the new path. My friend, I was talking to another friend last night, and she was asking me about business ideas, and she wanted a business, but she wanted a business where it would be easy for her to do. And I said to her, even for myself in this business that I do, it's not easy work. It's hard work, and it's a lot of time and effort, and you spend a lot of things, it would be on social media building that up, or you're doing a YouTube channel. There's a lot of work behind the scenes that you do, and even when we're helping our clients, and like I couldn't even think of something that would be very easy. Everything that I thought of would be some form of work. So, and that's what this time is about, putting the effort in, putting the work in to make things, happen. And when you hear success stories, you hear about people's struggles and what they had to do to start off in business, and what they had, ideas they had, and how they started, whether it be watching that Nike movie on the weekend, how the owner was saying he used to sell shoes from the boot of his car. So these things, everything all falls into place in the end. So your emotions may rise. I've got here, Okay. There could be some like a false reaction here. I feel like I could see people throwing money or people grabbing money. So it could be like a realization that, people think that everything's going to be okay and it's like it can breathe, but it's something to do with money here. But I feel like it might be like a false sense of security. So be careful when I say, especially Mercury retrograde, be careful, if people are trying to offer you something, because, scams are about. We just got to make sure we're really smart in our decisions. Okay, and I've got here self-worth is very important. It's very important to know your self-worth and to believe in yourself too, believe that, things are going to be okay and that you can do them. Put yourself out there, take a risk in what you're going to do. As long as it's not going to be a risk that is, could, but use your judgment where these risks are. Okay, let's go to the phone. So we've got here, is it Francis, who's in Francie. Okay, Ralph, who's in North Carolina. So hi, Rail. Sorry, Francie Riley. Sorry.
Hello.
Hi, how are you going today?
I'm very good, thank you. And yourself, I hope.
I'm good. So how can I help you today?
Well, we have the big eclipses going on, and my planets, my rising sign specifically is 29 degrees Scorpio, and my moon sign is 26 degrees Taurus, and then my Jupiter is also 25 degrees Scorpio. So I have my ascendant and Jupiter both in Scorpio. And
I also am Jupiter in Scorpio too. Yeah, sorry. I was just saying my Jupiter is also in Scorpio as well. Your Jupiter in Scorpio, it's not bad. Jupiter, I see Jupiter as planet of luck, and so when the star sign that it's in, it's like that's what you know. So in Scorpio, so for me, like I do this work, I'm a psychic medium, and part of that is part of being Scorpio because it's about the underworld, what's hidden, what's beneath. So it's like you would also know a lot, perhaps about maybe spirituality, or you might even have an interest in knowing about different about the people on the other side or get messages. So where Jupiter is in your chart, it depends on the house as well, but I always see it as luck. So if you're ascending, so I'm very visual, I need to really see it. If you're ascending Scorpio, so would you say you're ascending Scorpio? So your Jupiter then in your first house or 12th?
Yes. And my moon sign, Taurus, is in the 7th house.
In which house, sorry? The 7th?
In the 7th.
Okay, the moon in the 7th is in, you say, Taurus. So look, that's part of your personality. I see moon as your emotions. So for you, emotionally, maybe you like to have nice things. You like to be a very stubborn person. Maybe you have a bit of tunnel vision there. You like good food, good music. With the moon being in the 7th house, when it comes to relationships, you might be looking for some sort of like a mother figure or some like maternal, like a nurturer figure for a partner. That can indicate that too, if you got your moon in your 7th house. But I always see, it's your personality too. So you might be, like I said, a little bit stubborn there. I like to be comfortable, but also you might be part of you like nice things, like comfortable, so like a nice things. There's an astrologer that I follow, and he has a moon in Taurus, and he always says, like, he's a bit bougie in what he likes. So that could be with you. What's your sun sign?
It's Gemini.
Gemini.
Degrees.
Love Gemini.
And then I have Mercury, I think it's 15 degrees. And they're both in the 8th house. 8th house.
Okay. All right. So if I go Gemini, just one minute at a time, because I'm very visual, so I'm doing this. I'm just sort of trying to write things down. So I'm not able to see it. If I can see it, I get more. Geminis are very fun. So look, sometimes a moon sign can be so strong and I can overpower I do have a love one. I feel like I've got a love one with you too. So we'll get to them in a moment. The moon sign can sometimes overpower the sun sign, I find. But Gemini is a very social, young, youthful sign. They are networkers. So Geminis love to network. They have, jack of all trades. They like to learn about different things, but never feel they know enough, and very chatty. So you've got this aspect of you that's very young, youthful, going out there having fun, and then part of you is also like got this Taurus aspect, which can make you very fixed on something, and very like that tunnel vision, that stubbornness can come into it with you. Mercury is how you think. It's also how you communicate. Which house it is also where you must feel comfortable communicating. If you are in a born with the planets retrograding, then you're more internalizing the energy as well. Okay. I do have a lady in spirit that I feel like she might be for you. She's feeling, I've been feeling really nervous and anxious, but she's saying to me as I'm coming on here that it's her, not me, it's her. So do you have a lady that's passed over that felt very anxious, like a nervous, and maybe felt like a bit down?
Possibly a sister in spirit, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, what was that? Sorry, sorry, I missed that. What was that? Sorry. You say your sister? Sister? Okay. Yeah. It's like this lady tried to get up. She's showing me she's trying to get up, climb a ladder, but then she just goes down again. And she's also telling me that she was sweet, and like she wanted to be useful, she wanted to be helpful, but it was like never enough with her too. She's giving you a rose. So I don't know if roses mean anything to her or to you, but she is giving you a rose. She's handing you a rose. And it's kind of like one of those, we call them here forever rose. I think they last longer. But that's what I feel like, it's like a forever rose that she's handing you too. And you guys, I feel like you guys are also telling me that you guys were rather close, very close too.
I'm sorry, a guy that's close?
No, you're close. You're close with your sister. Yeah, no, you're close with your sister. So your sister and yourself are close.
Actually, a brother and sister that I've actually never met.
Oh, okay. Because she's okay.
Yeah.
She was talking about a secret, and I didn't want to say the secret. I was like, I'll leave it out a minute. She's like talking about a secret, and she's holding hands with you. So that's why I thought the closeness there. But she was telling about a secret. Okay. She doesn't want to be forgotten. This lady does not want to be forgotten. She wants to be here now. She does want to help you as well. She's telling me you need to learn astrology, is what she's telling me. She's like, you need to learn astrology and need to learn different parts. So that's going to open up a new side of you as well. And she's like, just have faith and have hope that everything's going to be okay. This eclipse for you, I feel like it is going to open up a door for you. I feel like it's going to bring in something in terms of financial. I do feel like as well for you. But just don't be scared of anything as well. And just remain hopeful, because I just feel like this lady's saying it's talking about hope as well. And I feel better now that I've given on this message. I feel a lot better now. I don't feel as nervous myself. But I'll leave it there. But if you want a reading with me, you can connect with me after, and we can look at your chart. I can actually bring your chart up, and we can look at it in full and go in more detail. But I hope I've given you a little bit of insight about your chart today. And
well, my chart I understand pretty much. I was just hoping to get a little info on the current transit, or the upcoming transit rather, the eclipse.
Oh,
because it's hitting my sign directly, and I've got Jupiter right there, and my moon is opposite. So I understand pretty well.
Okay. Jupiter is luck. So for me, Jupiter is always luck. It's always something positive from it. So if the eclipse is hitting near Jupiter, and I feel like this is positive. I feel like, as I said to you, I feel like this eclipse is going to open up a door for you, but it's to do with financial. But that Jupiter, anything that hits Jupiter, or everything going in transit, I feel like it's to do with it's luck. I always see it's luck. And whenever I do a chart and I tell someone, you're going to get something here, or this is what's going to bring it, it does. You get something from it. Always brings something good for you. So I don't feel like this eclipse is going to be not good for you. I feel like it's going to be some sort of opening up a door to be financial. But it can take up to 6 months though to take effect. Also could be that you coming out as well, or could also be that secrets too. But I'll leave that there with you, and I hope I've helped you today. And thank you for calling in. So I'll just go to the next caller now. So now we got Allison, who's in Colorado in USA. So hello Allison, how are you?
I'm doing good, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
Oh, well, I was just wondering if you have any messages for me. I have my husband and I are raising a 7-year-old granddaughter, and we hope to be around a long time to, help her throughout her life.
Yeah, I feel you are. I feel you are going to be. You won't go until you're very old, is what I feel like. I do have a man in spirit that's here, and there's something about his jawline or his chin, because he keeps on. It's like I feel like I've got someone holding my chin or my jawline. Something about chin or jawline with him. He's okay. So the father of this grandchild that you have, is this person that's passed over, or is this person's living?
I have no idea.
Okay, 'cause I kind of feel like he's more connected to maybe the grandchild that you have, because he wants to know about the child that you're looking after. The way that I see this person, and sometimes in meeting with me, it's a bit funny. I do see like cartoon characters or certain characters. I see this man as like Fred Flintstone. So whether this man was like a family man, like tried to act like the boss, but wasn't. Or maybe he liked to eat meat. There's something about Fred Flintstone with this man, but also with the jaw, something about the jawline. Do you know any male that has like a distinctive jawline?
No, not that I can think of.
He's connected to the baby. He's connected to the little girl. I feel like he is, because he keeps on telling me like he is. I'm just going to pass a message on them, because we can't really give the evidence. You're not going to know to validate the evidence. Let's just have a look. He's telling me the little girl is very, very courageous, very, very sweet. Okay. There's sometimes he's just showing me her in bed, but there's sometimes like if she doesn't want to do something, does she make excuses, or does she say that she's unwell perhaps?
Yeah.
Because that's what she's showing me. It's like she doesn't want to do it, and she's in bed and it's got the thermometer, but I don't feel like maybe she's not maybe really like maybe she's just saying it because she doesn't want to do something. That's what he's showing me. And he's like, I feel like there's something that this man might have done too when he was young as well. Because he's saying like that that they're very dissimilar to this little girl and this man. He's saying that this little girl is like she's like a treasure, like she's a sweet treasure, and sometimes like her anxieties also get the best of her too, and that's also maybe why she sort of pulls back sometimes. And he's like, you and your husband are a lifesaver for taking her in, and he's like thanking you for taking her in, because there's no one else that could be there. And you'll be there. You are going to be like her guardian angels, and you are going to be there a long time with this little girl. She is smart, but if she doesn't get it, she gets very frustrated when she doesn't get something. Or it could do like I feel like I can see her like with schoolwork, or she's trying to work something out, and then she's not getting it. She's getting frustrated. It's like she needs to take her time into getting it done. Okay. Is there also a court with this little girl as well?
Yes.
Because I'm seeing the court with her. I'm feeling don't worry. Like I'm hearing him say like don't worry. It's gonna. I feel like this might take up to like 9 months to a year. I'm getting 9, but also could take up to like a year, perhaps with this thing about 9. And I just feel like just breathe. I do feel like there's a positive, whatever the court case is, there's a positive about it because this card's really standing out to me, even though at times you're going to feel really worn out and stressed. But he said just keep hanging on because in the end, I feel like you're the one that's going to come out top and it's going to be a positive thing for you. And I kind of feel like the little girl's going to want to stay with you anyway because it's like you're taking on this mother role for her. I feel like I want to go camping. Does she want to go camping as well?
Oh yeah, she loves that.
Yeah, because I feel like she wants to go camping. It's like you're creating this
Oh,
very safe world for her to be in. And it's like she doesn't want to leave your side because you're just making this world to be very like stable because she's had a very unstable life. Everything's been upside down or really feeling out of balance with her. And this man, he's with her and I feel like he does protect her. And he's very thankful that you've stepped in to help her out. Uh, okay. I feel like there's also a reward. I feel like there's money. I don't know how your system, how everything works over there, but I feel like there's some sort of like you're getting money to look after her, or some sort of like cash reward. There's something money or something you're getting to look after her, but it's money. That's coming in here too. So it's like it's gonna be okay. Um, okay, okay. There's also another female. I don't know if the female wants her as well. I don't know if this is the mother or not, but I feel like this woman is a bit like a bit spiteful. Um, it's like she wants to look after this child, but I don't feel like she can or that she's capable. And I just feel like she's a bit spiteful. Is the mother involved as well?
well, see, that's the issue that we're having right now. That we want to go to court to get full custody, or basically full to adopt her. But
Yeah.
the mother said that she's willing to lie in court and say really bad things about us. And
Don't worry. Don't worry. She's just being spiteful. Do not worry about that.
yes,
I feel like I kind of feel like you'll win. Like I feel like look, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an expert in law. But what my feeling is, and this card keeps on standing out to me, is that you're going to come out on top. She's just trying to stir the pot. She's very jealous, and she's her mind's not in the right place. I feel like there's other things that she's doing that's not good for her or even for the child. I feel like it's like you're the safety net for this child. And I do feel like you're going to be there for her. You're going to create this like stability environment that the mother could not provide for her, is what I feel like.
good.
Yeah. But yeah, I hope I've helped you today. And we'll leave it there. And thank you for calling in today.
Thank you. You were spot on with everything. Thank you so much.
That's okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay, everyone. I hope you've all had a wonderful week. So next weekend, I've got a fair on next weekend. I'll tell you more about it on next Friday's show. If you want to contact me for a reading, you can do so. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. Same as my Facebook page at Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram and TikTok, Lady DS Psychic, and my YouTube channel, which is Lady D or Danielle Psychic. If you can't find me under Lady D. Have a very good week ahead, and I will see you for my next show. So bye for now.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Good evening, happy full moon, and almost Easter. Easter weekend coming up. Hope you are all doing well. Thank you so much for tuning in and being here with me tonight. I always appreciate all of the support and love that you all give me out there for all of those watching. So I had a wonderful get together with some coworkers today, and we were having some dinner just before the show, and it was just an amazing feeling of community and like the tribe, like you